All right, friends, I think we're live on both YouTubes. We're live for sure on the horizontal. We should be live on the vertical and on Twitch. We'll be live on TikTok here in a second. Give me just a second to check all the streams, and we should be good. The guest box is open for anyone not watching on TikTok. So if you want to get into the guest box, vertical is open. Good, awesome. If you want to get into the conversation and you're not on TikTok, it's okay. You can use the link on the screen. If it's a vertical stream, it's up here. If it's a horizontal stream, it should be down here somewhere. And it's good to see everybody. Hey, welcome in, Kimberly. Good to see your friend. We got a bunch of people up in here. Jamnick's in the house, helping Mega deconstruct in the house. Should be a fun night. It is Friday night. I apologize. I didn't really get to stream on the channel much this week because Monday I was on the line with Skep Talk, and then Wednesday I was on the line again on the Hang Up, and so just didn't really get around to getting an opportunity to do the thing. So, but nevertheless, we are here, friends, and we should have some guests populating the guest box shortly. We do have, I think, one super chat from our friend Helping Mega Deconstruct. Good to see you, my friend. Says Deconstruction Zone, beer and grilling are a match made in heaven. What a great afternoon here in the Midwest. Let's get the barbecue going. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. That's what I'm talking about, friend. Also, cider. Now that the hot weather is here, friends, grab a cider and kick back, and we'll have a blast here, friends. Good to see everybody, friends. We should have a fun one. I don't think next week there'll be any disruptions. I think we'll be doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week, as far as I know. I'm trying to plan here in the near future a stream with Polypolitics. Just haven't got around to making it happen yet, but me and Polly, maybe even Ari, probably going to be doing something soon. I'll have to wait and see. If you're not following Polypolitics, he's a friend of mine. Definitely check him out. Hunter Girl, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. It said, an update. As requested, the visit from the Christian nationalist family was fine. No one got disowned. That's what I like to hear. But they're still stubborn and intentionally ignorant. Well, that's part of the problem is in order to be in this weird cult, you have to be purposely obtuse, right? Thanks for the prayers to our rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon. Have a great show. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Hunter Girl. And I'm glad things went at least vaguely well. Obviously, no one's going to get deconverted in a day, but we can try, right? And Texas Panhunter, good to see you. Happy Friday to you, and thank you for the super chat. Always a nice way to kick off the weekend. 14 days, 336 hours. That's what I'm talking about, buddy. I'm glad you're excited. I assume our friend Ashera is counting as well, and she's probably here tonight. Good to see you already in, and I'm sure I'll hear from Ashera momentarily. Hope you have a great weekend, friend. And Daniel De La Noche, good to see you, suggesting, do you think it's a reasonable reading of Jesus' fulfilling of the law to be the supposed Messiah that was promised in the law and the prophets? Okay, so there are two ways to read the fulfilling. Both of them, I think, are valid. One is like actual, like, fulfilling what you might refer as like a prediction. Because the law and the prophets, Jesus talks on multiple occasions of having to fulfill what is written in the law and the prophets. This isn't the only occasion, right? So he says elsewhere, I have to do everything that is written of me in the law and the prophets. Something akin to that nature. So yeah, that's a good reading of it. The other reading is akin to like because it's in Matthew 5, and he's kind of revamping how he wants you to view some of the laws. Another way to read it is like, hey, I'm not here to abolish the laws. I'm here to like bring out the full intent of the law, right? These laws were originally intended for this, but you're ignoring the weightier matters of the law. Like you're adhering to the letter of the law and kind of ignoring the spirit of the law. So that's a way to read it as well. But I think originally the Jesus, that if there was a historical one, is probably referring to like what he thinks Moses wrote about him, basically. You know what I mean? Beard of Empathy, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says got a new show, DAMH Fools. What's that mean? Where I interview people about deconstruction and mental health. Oh, that's good. Newest episode features Robot Goat. Hell yeah. Someday I'll get you on the show. Rock hard for Doug, the Beard of Empathy. Well, Beard, let me know. I'm sure we can organize it. I should have some availability in July and September. October is going to be a little busy, but July and September, I'm sure I can free some time and make it happen. Applesauce puree crying in the comments already on TikTok. Justin is obsessed with the Lord, but he's hurt and wrongly blaming God. I don't know if you know this, Applesauce. Like you can't blame someone that you don't believe in, right? That's the whole shtick with atheism, which is that we don't believe in your God. If someone was hurt by your God, they would just be hurt by your God. That's it. So I'm sorry. Your brain doesn't function, and that's okay. Apparently, that's not a requirement to be a Christian. You don't have to have a functioning brain, and you don't have to actually use your thinking faculties. You can just say nonsense from the comments, and I don't know, maybe you'll feel better about it later. Nightman comes, good to see you, buddy. Says happy Friday, Justin. Barbecue to start the weekend. Let's fire up the grills. That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully, we'll get a boost here on TikTok, and we'll get a good stream of guests coming in. I got a couple violations the last couple times on TikTok, so we might be reliant on guests from the YouTube queue. And Simeon Urchin, good to see you, buddy. Says trying to enjoy this beautiful day before Ohio goes back to 90+ degree weather. That's the case. Hold on, let me double check. But yeah, this is kind of a brutal June for the great state of Ohio. But it looks like the next week or so, it's going to be back to maybe a normal June. So we'll have to wait and see. Either way, I'm with your friend. And Base to share, I knew I'd hear from you. Thank you for the super chat. Says happy Friday. Little is better than getting baked. True. Cleaning and listening to my favorite red bearded atheist. Thank you, Base to share. And I hope you're doing well, and hope your cleaning goes well. I, for one, actually enjoy the fruits of the labor when you get done with cleaning. I love to see like a clean house everywhere where it's supposed to be, even though like 5 minutes later my son is gonna move everything where it's not supposed to be. It's a good feeling to have everything set up. But I'm gonna grab our first guest, Dom, and then we're gonna get Kilgore after Dom. That was the order that they came in at. So Kilgore, hang tight, friend. We'll get you here in just a minute. You came in second, so you'll be second in line, and then we'll commence after that. Welcome in, Dom. Are you at least 18? Oh, hold on. I got to change one setting real quick so I can hear you. I will try this again. I apologize. I had the wrong headphones set up from a stream that I was on last night. So I just got to make sure I grab the right headphones. Sorry, I should be able to hear you now. How you doing, Dom?
I'm all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dom, are you at least
Okay.
18?
Yes.
And are you a believer?
I'm not. I just had a quick question since it was early in the stream that I saw in one of your uh, clips on YouTube. And I was like, just curious, like if you could clarify. It's just like a quick question, if that's okay.
Sure. You're already up. Might as well ask the question.
Okay. It was something about the 14, 14, 14, and like the prophecy
In Matthew
of.
1?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like 14
Mm-hmm.
generations between this and what was it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
between
know,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
you know it better than me.
Sure, yeah. What's the question?
Well, like, can you clarify? Because you said something about like Matthew was a goof, and then he like used one name twice, and then like
Mm-hmm.
one was technically only 13 or 12 or something like that.
Yeah. I'm actually shocked I didn't make a video on this yet, friends. I'll make a video and put it on the channel. But so the problem that you have in Matthew chapter 1 is namely this, and I'll put it on the screen here so you can see what's going on. Okay. So in the generations, there's a couple things happening. We've got missing people. First of all, there's at least 4 missing people. So between Joram and Uzziah, there are 3 different people in the lineage that are cut out. They're in the Hebrew text and in some of the Greek texts, but not in all of the Greek texts. And whatever source Matthew was using just had them missing, so he didn't know about them. The other problem is it's got the wrong father for Jeconiah. It says Josiah was the father of Jeconiah. Not true. Jehoiakim was the father of Jeconiah. Jeconiah's grandfather was Josiah. So we got something wrong there. The other problem is that when you count up the 14s, Jeconiah actually gets counted twice. In order to get 14 from Jeconiah to here, you have to count Jeconiah. But in order to get 14 from David to the deportation, you have to count Jeconiah too, right? So he gets counted here
Right.
and he gets counted here, right? So if you got Solomon, Rehoboam, Abijah, Asaph, Jehoshaphat, and then Joram is 6, Uzziah 7, let's see, Jotham 8, Ahaz 9, Hezekiah 10, Manasseh 11, Amos 12, Josiah 13, Jeconiah 14. So Jeconiah is 14 right here, easy. But in order
Right.
to get from Jeconiah to Jesus, you you have to double count Jeconiah again to get 14. So you got Jeconiah, Slothiel, Zerubbabel, Abiud, Eliakim, Azor, Zadok, Achim, Eluid, Eleazar, that's 10, Mathan 11, Jacob 12, Joseph would be 13. And you have to count Jesus to get 14. But that includes Jeconiah, which was
Hmm.
already counted.
That's yeah. That's weird. Last
So
question is, uh, what do you like? Why do you think that, like, apologists use the excuse that, like, they don't count certain generations? Like, this is the apologist argument that I heard was that they don't count generations that are not like particularly related to Jesus or something like that. You might have heard it before.
I
I
think
can't remember exactly how they worded it.
I think what they typically say is that they skip generations in order to get to 14 because of the implication on the Hebrew gematria, because it would come out to the gematria for David's name. But in terms of like just randomly picking names that weren't part of lineage, I'm not really sure I know what you're referring to on that one.
Yeah, I couldn't either. Well, but either way, thank you for at least clarifying that. I didn't want to take up too much of your time,
Yeah,
but
sure
thank you.
thing. Cheers.
You as well.
Friends, hey, thanks for being here. I love you. Only request up if you're ops, please. Only request up if you're ops. I love you. We got a show to run here, and we only got 4 hours to do it. So we got to make sure we get an actual guest in here. I'm going to bring in our friend Marcy, and then I'm going to bring in Kilgore. I believe Kilgore actually is opposition, and we should be able to get our first debate started. Welcome in Marcy, and welcome in Kilgore.
Hi,
How you doing, Kilgore? Are you at least 18?
I am.
All right, and do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. In which God?
The Christian God.
Sure. All right. What do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
Sure. It's tradition. I want to be buried where my grandparents and parents are buried, and I want to have a wedding where they were married. I think a church is a great thing.
But I mean to believe in it, right? I mean you can not believe in it and
Oh, I'm
still
not a
practice it.
theologian or anything. I'm not a theologian or anything. I won't pretend to be. But I'm just a Christian, and I think it's a good thing.
I'm sure you do, but what I'm asking is like, is there a compelling reason that one would believe in this God?
What was not compelling about my argument? What
It,
problem do you have with that?
it wasn't an argument. Your argument was I like it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's not an argument for belief.
Absolutely, it is. I think we choose our
No.
beliefs based
Oh
on
no.
taste.
Oh, I certainly don't.
What do you choose your based?
Belief is
How do
a
you
mental
choose to be
state.
a what?
Belief is a mental
Yeah, and
state, not a
yeah,
choice.
I get to choose my mental states, right?
No, you don't.
Why not?
So, for example, can you choose to believe that you're on fire this literal minute?
I mean, it's not going to be a very convincing job, but
Try,
if I was an actor, I
try
might
it.
pull it off.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah.
How's that?
It's not very convincing.
Yeah, I told you I'm not an actor. I gave it a shot, though.
Well, acting would imply that you don't believe it, that you're acting.
Well, method actors actually do believe that they're acting, not acting,
Well,
right?
they can temporarily convince
Yeah, I was doing a little
themselves of
method
things.
acting there. Yeah.
They can temporarily put themselves in like a psychological mind frame, but they can't actually believe that they are the thing unless they have some sort of sickness. But the reality is, you can't just decide to believe in something.
Are you pathologizing belief? Are you pathologizing choosing my religious belief as if I'm sick?
No, what I'm saying is
That's
that
kind
you
of
can't.
a horrible
You
thing
can't
to
choose
say.
your belief.
Sure, you can.
I can't.
You think that
So
logic
then-
determines all belief?
Well, then we'll just do it now. I'm going to ask you to choose to not believe in Christianity and then commit the unforgivable sin.
I would, I have free will. I mean, I could choose to do that,
Oh, well,
but
let's
I'm
do
not
it.
going to.
All right. Well, then
actually, you
do,
know what?
do one that is
Okay.
forgivable.
I
Do
can
one
do
that
it.
is
I can do it.
forgivable. Pretend you're
no,
not a
let's do it.
Christian, and then all
I
right.
can be an atheist.
We'll do
I can be an atheist.
a two-step, right? First, pretend you're not a Christian. How about we start there?
All right, Eli sabachthani. I'm not a Christian anymore.
That's not at all what an atheist would say,
Why not?
because they wouldn't be quoting
Isn't that saying you forgive?
they wouldn't be
they
wouldn't be quoting the Aramaic of Psalm 22. That's silly. So now that you're no longer a Christian, I need you to say that Jesus is not Lord. He's a liar and a fraud.
No, I think Eli sabachthani goes
Apparently you
far
can't
enough
do
for
it.
me. I don't want to go too much farther than that.
Okay, so you can't do it. Gotcha.
I mean, I think they're about equivalent.
Surely it wouldn't be
Yeah.
a problem going that far if you were truly an atheist and you truly believe that at this moment, since you apparently can choose your beliefs. And if you chose to be an atheist at this moment, then surely there would be no issue in saying there is no Lord, Jesus is no Lord, and he is a liar and a fraud. Surely, if that's what you believe currently.
Well, I mean, you guys are just trying to
Yeah,
make me
that
say
was-
to humiliate me and
that
try
was
to
my
run
thought.
down Christianity.
Wait,
I
why is that?
want a question
Why
for
is that
you.
humiliating? Because you're not a Christian right now.
Yeah, it's a humiliation game you're
But
playing.
why
with
is
here,
it
and I don't
humiliating
like
to an
that kind of
As an
atheist?
atheist,
sophistry.
and I'll do this
You
real
guys are
quick.
doing
I'll do this real quick.
sophistry
As
on
an
me.
atheist, I believe Jesus Christ is Lord, Jesus is God, the Trinity is true. See how, despite being an atheist, I can just, speak words, right? And surely, since you're apparently an atheist at this moment, you can do the same.
Yeah.
I could, but I still have free will, even as an atheist, don't I?
Well, we're not asking if you have free will. We're asking why don't you do it?
You're trying to make me jump
if you're
through
an
hoops,
atheist.
man, and it's kind of
I've never heard
talking point.
actually heard an atheist not say something like about Jesus because they're afraid that they'll like offend Jesus.
Are you gatekeeping atheism now?
No, I'm just calling you a liar.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I'm calling you a liar.
I got to tell you,
he's a crybaby too. He's a sophist, a crybaby, and a liar. Marcy, do you think it's actually worth entertaining this goofball? Should we move on to like a serious adult or what?
I think I wanted to ask one more question as a different
Sure.
approach to this, and then after that, I think we should cut it. I was just gonna say that for starters, I don't want to get too Phil Bro-y, but like belief is knowledge and so on and so forth is like a justified true belief. You don't just believe things because you can just choose it. You believe things because you know it to be true. It's not something you just kind of pretend to think about, And so then to ask you, what is the reason that makes you know for 1000% sure that God is real? That what is justifying that other than I just like it, because that's not really how that works. That's like kind of pretend it makes you feel good, but it's not exactly a reason to believe. It's just something or I think what, honestly, scrap all that. Let's just rephrase it as this: what would you say to make somebody else believe that God exists? Because they don't like it like you do. They don't have the tradition like you do. So what is the statement, the argument, something, a piece of fact that you would tell somebody that would make them then believe in the Christian God?
Yeah, first I would point them to the Draper-White thesis and its falseness, and the fact that I think even Christians should probably look into that. Are you familiar with the Draper-White thesis?
It'd be helpful if maybe you can explain it for the audience. Obviously, you're familiar with it.
Yeah, the Draper-White thesis is the idea that science has been held back by religion, when in fact the church put more money into astronomy than any other organization in all of history up to that point.
That's embarrassing.
Galileo.
Yeah. And
No, so
Galileo,
the Catholic
is a-
Church,
is
the Catholic Church is
Galileo
funding
is
NASA right
abso-
now.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, I mean through history.
You said
It's a
astronomy. Do you know about
it's a
NASA?
historical lie.
You didn't learn about
Yeah, what
NASA
about
then, huh?
NASA?
Or do you think NASA puts more money into astronomy than the Catholic Church?
I said up to that time. I'm talking
You didn't say
about
up to that
in the
time.
time of Galileo, before
So
like
what?
there was secular,
That was like the
universities and
biggest
so on.
government in the world. You didn't know about the Muslims. You know, the Muslims put money into astronomy too, and so did the Chinese.
Yeah,
Through
surprisingly,
a
the
religious
Muslims they're
organization,
really
the
smart on
Catholic
astronomy.
Church. Yeah,
It's not a
I
religious
mean,
organization.
Draper White
It's a
thesis.
governing body.
Let me put it this way: within among
This is
historians,
wild.
there's actually
This
no
is crazy too,
question
Marcy,
about
because this
Draper
is
White
not
being
actually an
false.
argument for Christianity being true. By the way, this is just an
You wanna
argument
just dip on
for
this, dude? I think we
the
should just
church
dip on
isn't
this,
that
dude.
all that bad. Yeah.
Okay, well, what do you say? I'm not saying it ain't all that bad. I'm saying that actually the history everyone believes about it, the stuff about Galileo, is a lie. All
Oh,
historians
really?
know it's a lie.
That's so.
There's no
Yeah.
controversy over it whatsoever.
Source?
Yeah.
Source?
Source, the Draper White thesis. Look it up yourself.
Source?
Make your own mind
That's
up.
not a
But
source.
most
That's not a source.
historians,
So we
That's not
have
a
to
source.
make his
That's
argument
not a
for
source.
him. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's so funny whenever I have to like build someone's worldview for them as I'm debating them. It's like
hey
so
man,
silly.
you're a piece of shit. You know why you're talking to me like
Oh,
that?
look
Why
at
would you talk to me like
that.
that?
I
There we
got it.
go.
Like,
There we
I'm
go.
building
Yeah,
your
totally,
worldview
totally,
for
totally.
you.
Now he's
I
crying
mean, well, I
bad.
What
kind
kind
of
of
do. You don't
creepy
really know
thing
what
to
you're
say?
What a
talking about. You
crybaby.
kind of
What
just
a
saying
horrible
shit.
thing to say. You guys
What
are
a
I mean,
hor-
there's
elite.
a
what
lot
a
more horrible
crying
shit I
about
could
horrible
say.
things to say right now is
Elite.
wild.
You
There's
guys
a
can't
lot
take the
more I could
Draper
think
White.
about saying.
That is wild. You done crying or?
I think he's done.
There's really no
I hope.
controversy over the Draper White thing in history.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
first of
still
all,
not a
It's history
source.
that you believe as if it's not a myth, and it's a myth.
That's not
So
a
we'll-
source.
so
Galileo
try
stuff
this
is
thing.
Still not a source.
mythology.
it's actually not a myth. You know what?
Yeah.
Hey, Kilgore, do you know what this is?
100%.
Do you know what this is right here?
Yeah, what's up with it?
Bibliography
It's
of
some books.
prohibited books.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do
some
you know what it
books.
is? Yeah, do you know what they are?
Oh, that's all the knowledge the church held back.
Oh yeah, yeah. This
And
is
you
the
wanna know what?
bibliography of prohibited books, also known as the Librorum Prohibitorum. These were books, writings,
Yeah, yeah.
tracks, plays,
Grains of truth.
musicals, things
Grains
that
of truth
were
in a lie.
essentially banned by the Catholic
Yeah, yeah,
Church,
yeah.
and this was
Yeah, yeah.
literally
Can you
published
prove
by
that,
them.
Kilgore? Can you prove
Yeah,
it?
Galileo's still published in Germany, you know.
yeah. Now,
Source?
Copernicus was not banned.
Well, yeah.
yeah, now
They didn't try to hide history. They didn't try
Yeah,
to
they did.
hide science. In fact,
they did.
they had a better, more
They
rational view
literally
than
they
the
literally
pagans.
killed scientists.
Well, you're a dumbass, and you got to look into the history.
There we go.
You
That's
don't
all
know
he's got.
that.
He's,
Unfortunately, that's still not exactly an
aw,
argument or a
Here's
source.
aw. He's
It's
got
not-
no
it's still
sources,
unfortunately not a
no
source.
arguments, just
You guys don't even
crying
know
and
Draper White.
insults.
Those are
just
two
crying
sources right there.
crying and
Draper White
insults.
are
No,
two
they're not. The
sources.
thesis
No, they're
you
not.
mentioned, going under what you
Yes,
said
they
about
are.
it, you said that like it
Mm.
was about how the church had like hidden the science or some bullshit like that. The
Mm.
fact that like the claim that the church had hidden science or funded science, whatever one you said, is still not a source. It's like a claim, you know. I'm
Yeah, well,
still
Draper
waiting
and
for
White
the
made that
you go to
case,
this,
and
you go to like
historians-
this like
Yeah.
publishing establishment under this book, and then
Yeah,
it
yeah.
gives you like this evidence for this historical event, and I'm still waiting for that part.
Right. Your deconstruction is based on the Draper White thesis.
So
and
it's not.
So, yeah,
Nope.
it is.
No, it's not.
Uh-huh.
Neither one of us
Unfortunately, it's not a
deconstructed.
source.
Neither one of us deconstructed based on anything we thought the Catholic Church did bad.
Oh, really?
Are you dumb? Have you never seen my channel?
I
Well, you
was
guys
also
are
born and
telling me
raised
that
atheist.
He's
Galileo
never
was
seen my channel at
persecuted.
all.
That's kind of a
Imagine
foolish lie.
assuming that everyone's an atheist just because they didn't like what a church did. That's crazy. I'm an atheist because
no,
there's no
it's
evidence for your
because of the
God, which is
Draper-
why we
Yeah.
actually asked you for evidence for your God. Whether or
Well,
not
you
the
wanna know
Catholic
what?
Church
I
did bad
believe
things
my
is a
God-
bit kind of
know
irrelevant to
what?
whether or not God exists.
I agree with y'all. My God is imaginary. But
is.
I've
There we
had
go, we got it.
experience
So we
with it
conceded. All
myself.
right, there's no more room to debate. There's no more room to debate. Got it. Got it. We agree.
Well,
We're in agreement. Bye bye.
At least you conceded. Bye,
It's
Kilgore.
not a concession. I don't.
That's an agreement. Also, Giordano Bruno was murdered by the Catholic Church. Let's see, Pierre de Mesiglis was killed by the church. Both pretty well known for their science. like literally killed by the church, not just like prohibited, just straight up murdered. But he didn't know that because somebody told him the phrase Draper White, and he thought that just magically fixed everything. Weird. Okay, well,
Something like that.
we'll bring up the spirit people here in just a second. I'm going to grab a couple super chats, friends. Thank you so much for being here. It looks like we're off to a solid start. Minutemen, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chats as well. Justin, it's good to be back. It is great to be back, friend. I thought I'd come back and help. Fuck the patriarchy again. That's what I'm talking about. Are people seriously still believing in this whole God thing since I left? Whatevs. Minutemen, I apologize. It is. Yeah, people, it's still going. The patriarchy is still happening. People still believe in the God bit. If they didn't, we wouldn't be here right now. But we're glad to have you here. And we're going to do what we can to reverse this nonsense. Technomancer Mangus, good to see you, says, with knowing the translation and the original versions as well as you do, in your opinion, did God lie to Adam and Eve when he told them they would die on the day that they ate from the tree? Yeah, that seems to be my takeaway from it. Now, again, though, I don't believe he necessarily lied. God gives what I would say hollow threats in the Bible a number of times, right? I believe when he said that they would die, it was a threat. He didn't really intend on killing them. But modern people who think that God can't do that, he can't utter falsehoods like a threat, would just be like, oh, well, that's, obviously he didn't mean what he said. Well, he actually did mean what he said. It was just an empty threat. Just like when he gives Abimelech the warning for taking Sarah, he says, you're a dead man. He didn't say, if you do this, you're a dead man. He just says, you're a dead man. And then he ends up not killing him. So God does utter some threats in the Bible. They don't all come true. That's the way I would read it. Also, Yom, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. There's no good way to read that other than just your mortal life ending. The Hebrew Bible has no concept of spiritual death. That's strictly a New Testament Christian nonsensical thing. Shishi too says, heard this on Thinker. Good live to listen to. She's great. Being that Mary was already betrothed to Joseph, did God commit adultery? Yes. Or coveting with the conception of Jesus. Just curious what your thoughts are. So I talk about this kind of tongue-in-cheek, that the reason why Jesus died is because he was born of an illicit union, violating Deuteronomy chapter 23. And then also because it was incest, because he's technically Mary's dad at the same time. And then also that was his mother. So it's a weird thing. That being said, the only problem we have here is typically when it comes to adultery is not just the act of getting pregnant. The adultery is literally the act of, going into a woman in the biblical sense. And since God technically didn't do that, I don't know if we can call it adultery. But if we're just talking a little bit tongue in cheek, yeah, I think we can do that. I think it'd be fun too. Garlic Frog Diet says, I swear I saw Doug's face on my steak tonight. That's what I'm talking about. Rock hard steak has to be a revelation. Can I still call myself an atheist? Rock hard for Doug. Well, that's the great thing. Doug is a little bit like atheismo. Even if you believe in Doug, you can still be an atheist. It's going to be okay. Not to worry, but atheismo got some different concoction going on. And Surf Murph said, hi, Justin, was traveling a lot and didn't get to listen to you the past couple of weeks. Praise Doug, rock hard for Doug. Surf Murph, hey, you're here now, my friend, and I hope that you have a good show. I hope you enjoyed the show. And we're going to be having a good one. I got 4 more super chats, friends, and you're going to get the spear people and then Big Rip in here. Space Lord, good to see you, says Jesus fulfilled a prophecy. He said he had to do all was written about him in the Hebrew Bible, which is nothing. So he did nothing. This is good. I'm a little sad I didn't think of it. That was a really good one. This might be a new prophecy paradox. And Jared, good to see you, says, hello, Justin. I'm a huge fan. I'm also a former minister turned atheist, and hearing you confront people is like therapy to me. Well, Jared, good to have you in house. There's a bunch of them. In fact, put a 1 in the comments if you were a former minister at some point before turning atheist or deconstructing. You're not alone, friend. You're not alone. And Skinny says, is Judges 10:4 a trientuple fulfillment of Zechariah 9? Well, first of all, no. So Judges was written way before Zechariah 9, like 1,000 years different, right? So I wouldn't say that anything in Judges, like theoretically, would fulfill Zechariah 9, but I do understand that like anything that has like I don't know, something that sounds similar, people might feel like is a fulfillment. But specifically in Judges 10, though, I'm trying to remember the story, what happens in Judges 10. That's right before the story of Jephthah and his daughter. So it should be the oppression by the Ammonites still. It should be the beginning of the Ammonite War. Let me grab it real quick. Says he had 30 sons and rode on 30 donkeys, and they had 30 towns, which are, oh, I remember this story now. Yeah, yeah. This is a joke. Yeah, it is it's a funny connection. It's a funny connection. We'll say that. It took me a second to realize that was a joke, though. Thanks for getting me on that one. And Juju Penguins, good to see you. It's very glad to have you tonight. My little bro was shipped out today. That's hard to watch. Yeah, off to the military, I assume. So I'll be having a cider and listening to this sizzles to cope. Well, shit, Juju. I'm sorry you had to see your sibling get sent away, but I'll be back. And cheers to you. I've got some myself. We should be having a hell of a time tonight. With that, let's grab the spear people. I feel like I've talked to this. Oh, there we go. They connected. Welcome in, spear people.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Got a lot of fans, it appears. So congratulations, you're doing well.
Sure.
I
Are
would
you at
assume,
least
right?
18?
But that yes, of course. But that was just an assumption. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely 18, 35. We've had a conversation before.
On the
I don't know
15th?
if you, I don't know what particular day it was, but if it was the 15th of March or February, then you have a better memory than I have.
Yeah.
But
Um.
I do know the discussion though, and I was just curious before I get into like the imagination part of your prompt. Did you by any chance have some availability to look into the lost tribe of Daniel in the book of Revelation? Did you find any information with regards
Fuck, I
to
totally
that?
forgot about that. I wrote it down on my scratch pad. I didn't even look into it. I apologize. That's on me, man. My bad.
Yeah, yeah. And that kind of goes into, the imagination part of it,
Wait,
is that, there's go ahead. You didn't find the solution, right?
the
You
the
didn't get time to look into it.
the lost tribe of Daniel? Did you say? You mean Dan?
Yeah, yeah, Dan, right? But
Right.
like you didn't have time, right? So it goes into my like, further, you know, based on the prompt, right? Is your God is imaginary, right? So I think it's based on using the spirit that was gifted to us in order to expand upon that gift or find like the wisdom of the truth of the gift that was bestowed upon us. Like one has to look at the Bible for themselves, correct? They have to be a wrestler like Jacob in order to turn into Israel. And so basically, it's kind of like constructing that diagram in your mind, if you will, to create the pyramid in order to ascend to the 1%. I'm not saying 1% of the world, but the 1% of, let's say, the Godhead. So, in order to create that diagram for yourself, though, like you honestly have to go above and beyond, like a Kobe, right? If you want to be a great basketball player, you want to be like Kobe's work ethic. If you want to turn into a great theologian
I have no idea what you're
or
talking about,
realize
buddy.
that you're the worst of sinners and become righteous in the Lord, then you have to become a Bible beater, if you will. So what I'm getting at, Justin, is everyone has their own worldview,
Wait,
right? They have their
are
own
you
imagination.
accusing me of having not put in the work to study the Bible?
No, not at all,
But
right?
that's
But
really what it kind of sounded like just now.
well, no, I'm actually, do you not hear where I was trying to get at to in the very beginning when I asked you about
Mm,
Tribe of Dan, right? So you
yeah.
corrected me. It's not Daniel, it's Dan, right? So I
Hmm.
appreciate that. And I'm wanting to actually reach out to you and have a cordial understanding of the truth because we both know once you become saved, it's a lifelong journey. And so
I
honestly, it was
mean,
an honest question
sometimes.
of, hey, did you find anything about it? Because I was truthfully wanting to understand more about the Bible and to construct my imagination God, my imaginary God, more so in my mind than potentially yours, right? Because we're going to have a different type of belief in one way or another because we're not going to be able to fully reconcile because we're different people. But we
I'm not
are
sure
able to
where you're
reconcile on
going with
certain
this here, buddy.
beliefs. Oh, I'm saying like everyone has their own imaginary God is what I'm getting at. But there could
I
be
don't,
more truth in yours than someone else's.
but I don't believe in a God, so I don't. Obviously, I don't have one.
Well, I guess how you construct your atheism,
But that
maybe. I
wouldn't be
don't
a
know.
God, right? It'd be
Well,
an
your way of
absence of a
life, your
God.
way of yeah, so it's an imagination, it's a fraud. So you basically built a fraudulent God, which makes
I
sense because it's just
no,
imaginary.
That's not the definition of a god.
Well, the one God that I imagine is not fraud, though. It's hope, faith, and love, right? And then
Sure.
it'll just be love because hope and faith will no longer be necessary. Kind of
Sure.
like when the
So,
sun and moon will no longer be necessary
mm-hmm,
because God will be all in all, basically.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, it didn't take very long to figure out why the tribe of Dan's missing, though, and it actually makes a lot of sense if you know the history.
I don't. Could you communicate, convey?
Yeah, they lost their capital to the Arameans, Damascus. They got assimilated into the enemy territory,
Interesting. So they're like a goyim if they ever come back.
essentially.
Yeah. So like a Gentile, like the nations, the
Yeah.
Gentile nations.
Uh-huh.
Interesting. Cool.
All right. So,
Well,
about your
appreciate that.
god, what would be
Yeah.
a good reason to think that it's real?
Hmm. Because is anyone satisfied with the kingdom that we are currently living in this world with U.S. Constitution if you live in the United States, like I do? I
I
mean,
guess.
it's a great constitution, but it's not fully righteous, right? There's some faults. There's some faults in the fabric. So like I think all of us we want to believe in a kingdom that is completely omniscient, right? Like truthful in their righteous
What?
acts, omnipotent and omnipresent, like all in all. So essentially, yeah, it's nice to basically free yourself of this world and accept the reality of the world that is ushering in through Jesus.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is how can we know that that world exists? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's imaginary.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, right? Like faith, hope, and love until only love remains, right? So like it is kind
Uh-huh.
of built on a belief, right? But it's built on a belief that was given to us by the Lord, right?
That
So it
that's
comes
that's the
external.
but that's the part I
Yeah,
need
that's the
you
rub.
to establish is that the belief is legit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I have some criminal history on my record. I don't want to get too personal into it, but I've had
Fact, I
um
guess.
delusions of grandeur, if you will, 5, 6 years ago. But it didn't take away my belief, right? It just enabled me to maybe not be so manic and allow the day to be a day, right? And you don't always have to overexert yourself. You can just abide and relax and just have good conversations with atheists, Muslims, like whoever the case it may be. Like we can come to some type of common ground of not knowing the full answer.
Does God talk to you?
No, but my grandfather, or my grandfather of my grandfather, Joseph Smith, God talked to that person.
You're the one that started Mormonism.
Yeah, but not me.
Your
I haven't. But he had the
No.
privilege of listening to him. Yes.
Oh no.
your grandfather is Joseph Smith.
Dude, I'm completely just BSing you. I'm
Yeah,
not Mormon,
obviously.
bro.
You sound like a troll, man.
That was a good troll though, right, Justin?
I
In
mean,
some
it was
respects.
interesting. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
I mean, you had me for a second. I didn't know you were a troll. It seemed like you were just a really silly individual who happened to be religious.
Yeah, I have like very dry sense of humor, like
Yeah,
sometimes too dry.
the problem is that there are people who actually sound like that are believers.
Hey, kind of like before, I head out, right? Because I think we kind of, given it its whirl.
Nope, we don't do trolls. I think he's not a troll. I think he's a
Back
believer
to
that
what
was
my
just trolling
grandma
about
said.
Joseph Smith. I don't know.
Uh,
That's what he seemed to imply that, right? That he actually was a believer, but he was trolling about the Joseph Smith thing.
I'm not sure. I
It's hard
don't
to.
think we really care or need to know.
No, we don't need any of that. Hey, Cynthia Clamor, thank you for sending $100 on Cash App. That is a huge vote of support. I really appreciate that, Cynthia. Let's get 100W for Cynthia in here. And Luz, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says my Spotify shuffled from death metal to religious Gregorian chant. To be fair, you can mix the two. And it's fucking amazing, right? Is the algorithm evangelizing me now, Rock Verdig? No, I think it's trying to introduce you into a whole new genre. I'm trying to think of a band from back in the day that would be part of that genre. Shit, there's a good one. Oh, I'm sorry, it's escaping me now. Fuck. It was a really good band too. Oh well, it's gone now. Gone. I got the album somewhere. Anyways, I hope your listening goes well at least though. Lose skin, maybe because you lost your foreskin. First Samuel 16:14, God sends an evil spirit on Saul. It's true. Is this explained any more in later chapters? No. Other than what is explained, I'm not sure why good God would do this. Grateful for what you do, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, loose skin, the reason why it happened is because way back in 1 Samuel 10, God gives him a different spirit and a different heart, and that changes him for the good. But even with that change, like in chapter 15, the prior chapter, Saul doesn't do exactly the perfect obedience. And then because he's not perfect, meanwhile, David did all kinds of bullshit. Saul, who is not perfect, he did like one mistake. God's like, this motherfucker. So then, because he only did like one real mistake, God had to put an evil spirit with him to make him do all kinds of evil stuff so that he can condemn him. So that's my read on it.
And to add on top of that, the imperfection that Saul didn't do was he spared a singular king and perfect animals specifically with the intention of sacrificing it to God.
Yeah.
And then Samuel was like, excuse me, does God prefer obedience or does he prefer sacrifice? Know your place, Saul. Genuinely, I don't understand how people argue that God is pro-life.
It's a tough one. Yeah. Good call. Also, I've got Big Rip coming in here after like 2 more super chats. After that is going to be EMC Loves Jesus. That's the order that they came in at. HP Lovecraft's good to see you, buddy. Says Chris Hitchens once called heaven a celestial North Korea, and the spirit people wanting a constitution that is omniscient and omnipresent sounds exactly like that. Rockhard Products for sharing. So that's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, what does it mean to have a constitution that's omniscient? Like, or it was one of the situations where I wasn't sure if the guests knew what the words meant that they were using. Like they weren't like matching with the way we use them in standard English. Sufficiently advanced tautology. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Says I've been bored without your stream. I'm sorry. I had some things going on. I was streaming on other channels as well. So I built a dumb app for the audience to score the brain rot level of guests in real time while watching your stream. Hit me up if you're interested. I am interested. Sufficient advanced tautology. Send me an email and we'll talk about it. Rock hard for Doug and super gay for Justin. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Big W. And with that, let's grab our next guest, Big Rip J, who hopefully is not a troll. Welcome in, Big Rip. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you believe in God?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Any particular God?
The Christian Bible God, Yahweh.
Sure. And is there a good piece of evidence or argument or reason to think that this God is real?
Of course, yeah, of course, man. He works miracles and changes people's lives. So I would like to talk about God and your speech impediment. And if you'll give me just a few minutes, I can come back full circle to your prompt of your God is imaginary.
Yeah,
So
tell me about why God gave me a lisp.
Yeah. For sure. I love watching the atheists on TikTok. They always are so negative to God of Christians and they're always asking why God, where there's no God, this and that. But they always, I know, and they always look horrible. Like they always look horrible. For example,
they're angry.
Joel reads the Bible.
Oh, he's always angry.
He's aged. He's in his mid-20s, like late 20s. And God has aged him at least 25 years ahead of what he should be. He's graying. He's bald.
A receding hairline will do that to you,
Then there's
but
another dude that's
his hair was doing that before he became an atheist, right?
Well, God knows ahead of time that he was going to try to have a channel and put himself out there.
That's what happened.
God knew
Hey,
he
you want to
wanted
go
to be
jawline
an
for jawline
influencer.
though?
God knows he wants to
You
be
want
an
to go jawline
influencer.
for jawline?
So then
Yeah.
there's another atheist guy. There's
That's
another
what I'm
atheist
thinking.
guy, and
Wait,
his
so-
neck is so thin
wanna-
that
just
it
wanna
looks
make
like his
sure-
head is gonna fall off his body. It literally looks like his head off his body.
So
Then
just
there's
to
a
be
couple- there's
sure,
the lady.
like, you just want to come up and
Yeah.
talk about how like some of the atheists you don't like aren't like
I have a
models.
point. No,
I actually
it's
don't
all
think
about
you
your.
actually don't
it's
think you
about
have
your
a
speech
point.
impediment.
It sounds like you don't
Yeah,
have
I
a
have
point.
one, please.
Hey,
I do, sir. Please.
Raise your hand,
It's
y'all,
your-
if
it's
you
your
think
sp-
my
your
speech
im-
impediment has ever been
We're
a
trying to-
problem for the live stream. Anyone?
No,
anyone? Anyone here
look,
think that it
look,
creates a problem for the live stream? Because this guy thinks it's a problem.
God's irony.
The
God's
irony that you think
is unmatched.
that you think
God's
my
irony is unmatched, that
incredibly
you wanna
minor
have a
list is
voice,
a problem is
you wanna
actually
have
pretty
a
wild.
voice denying God.
Hey, bro, you wanna go jawline for
deny
jawline?
God.
Yeah,
I'll kill
bro,
you,
turn on your
jawline
camera.
for
Let's go jawline for
I'll
jawline.
kill you, jawline for jawline. You have no chance.
This
Yeah,
guy-
bro, turn on camera.
No
Turn on your
chance.
camera. Turn on your
No
camera.
This
chance,
guy
bro.
here,
Let's go
you guys
jawline
got
for
to
jawline.
see
Let's go
this
jawline
one.
for
Hold
jawline.
on. Look at this one. I've never
Yeah,
seen a
you
guy
can't-
so
you-
full of
you
himself.
have no-
You have to check out this
no
guy's
chance
TikTok page.
Jawline against with jawline, bro.
Man
I do
alive.
live
Jawline
stream,
for
so
jawline.
I know what
cook
it's
you.
like.
Jawline for
Man.
jawline. I will cook you.
Nah,
Turn on your camera.
sorry,
Turn on your
bro,
camera.
sorry.
Turn on your camera.
Imagine-
Turn on your camera.
Imagine having this hairline and then making fun of
You can
Joel
see
reads
my
Bible.
TikTok. You can see my TikTok.
Your
dude.
your
try
hairline
right
is
now. Let's go
I'm
jawline
your
for
hairline
jawline.
is further
I am
back than
48.
mine, bro.
Dude, I
What
am
are you
48,
doing?
bro.
What are you doing over
Bro,
here?
turn on your camera. Let's go jawline for jawline.
I am
Let's go
48.
My
jawline for
goodness.
Joel's
jawline.
28.
Damn.
Joel's 28.
Mm.
Yeah.
Let's go jawline for jawline.
This guy's really tough. I think everyone here should be
Turn on your
scared.
camera, big dog.
Well, what it is
Oh,
about
man.
change, dude. So God is helping me develop
He is.
myself and
He's helping
into
you.
a something
But
that
apparently
the
not
world
developing
will
your
see.
confidence to turn on your camera and go jawline
what
for
we
jawline.
what we could do though, dude, is pray that you can actually say a word like misconception or misanthropic, like, and then let's say you believed in God and you prayed that you could actually not have a speech impediment, and it worked. Let's say you
I'm
woke
not worried
up
about
and
that.
it worked. That would be a certified miracle, dude.
I'm
And
actually
then we
not
could
worried
prove
about
to
that.
people-
Hey,
well, but
hey,
you-
everyone,
but you
everyone,
have a-
let
but
me
you have a
know
channel
if
talking.
you think
You
if I
can't
should,
speak. You
if I
speak,
should
you wanna
like
speak
get
in
rid
front
of my
hundreds of
speech
people,
impediment.
and you can't.
Isn't it
and you
wild?
Can't speak. And you can't
Imagine,
speak. That's the
imagine
irony.
having an
That's
audience the
God's
size of
irony is
mine and
unmatched,
thinking
bro.
that my speech impediment is
And
a
you can't even
problem.
say
How big is
misconception.
your
You can't-
how big is your audience?
Literally, bro.
How big's your
Literally,
audience?
bro.
Oh, it's
I-
400 followers. It's 400 followers.
Who's watching you?
I
We have
live
more
stream
followers
and
in this
nobody
live
watches.
than he
I
has.
live
Oh,
stream,
yeah.
I live stream and
Wait,
nobody
you mean
watches, bro.
you mean you don't
I
have a
live stream and
list?
Nobody watches. It doesn't.
You don't
matter.
have a list
I'm
and
not-
people aren't watching you?
No.
Oh my gosh. I thought that was a vital ingredient to having an audience. It turns out
No,
not being a
there's
total
nothing-
fucking
I wanna
douche
go jawline
There's
for
prevents
nothing
you from
ironic.
having
No,
an
there's
audience.
nothing ironic.
The problem
No, I
with
have
your
no
audience
audience,
is
so
not
there's nothing
because you
ironic.
lack a list. The problem with your audience is you're a douche.
400. You're
400?
in front of 400 people.
You think there's 400
asking
people
about
watching this?
Asking
How many
to
people-
prove God and
Buddy,
and you
how many
can't- you-
people how many people do you
and
think are
can't
watching this
even
right
talk,
now?
bro? You
How many people
can't
do you think are
even
watching this
talk,
right
dude.
now?
Say misconception.
How many
Say
people
say
how many people how many people do you think are
Say
watching right
Mesopotamia.
now? How many people do you think
Say
are watching right now?
Macedonia, bro.
He doesn't have
you
anything.
can't even talk.
He's
and,
just gonna
and
keep
I
crying.
just want to go jawline for jawline. That's
You're
what I
being
want to do. I
punished,
want to go
bro.
Yeah.
jawline for
You're being
jawline.
punished.
I
It-
will
it's
mog
not a
the-
punishment.
I
It
will
doesn't
mog the
it
shit
doesn't
out of
actually affect my life.
Yes.
It doesn't affect my life. It's not even a punishment.
The satanic
This-
chicken
this
night.
is
she
like a
has way
really-
premature.
This is like a
Grace.
really
Yes,
bad
dude.
punishment.
And
Accurate.
and the
Imagine
other
thinking
guys-
that
the- all
having
the-
a minor
some of
list
the
that
other
nobody
atheists-
even recognizes is a punishment from God is
Some of-
crazy. I bet you 90% of the people here don't even know that I had a list. It's great. You want to know why? Because I did speech therapy when I was younger, and I can get rid of it. It doesn't actually show up unless I've had a little too much Kraken. So it's actually not a problem. It's just easy to correct. Not difficult at all. Okay, well, he bailed, so I guess we'll just move on to the next one. Wow. Did he convert anyone to Jesus today? Anyone get converted to Jesus?
I think so. I think so.
Okay. Let's see. I don't even know what to write in my notes about this. Crashes out about my Lisp and runs. It's a fun one. Okay. No, never run. I mean, unless you've been watching my channel for like the over 2.5 years when I first started, you've probably never noticed my lisp. It literally only comes out if like I have been imbibing a little too much. I used to do some cracking on stream back in the day, but it not anymore. It's I think it's a bad what's the word I'm looking for? It's a bad look. I discovered that there were some recovering people in the audience. I tried to keep it to a minimum now. Just for funsies. Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Says I finally got paid. I just want to give back to the amazing community we have. Also, thanks you, Justin. I'm a rock hard for you from a straight guys. Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. And listen, the community is rock hard for you. Thank you so much for stopping in and supporting the stream. Really appreciate that, friend. And for the additional super chat, Justin, I never thought I would have a parasocial kind of relationship, but here I am. And the funny thing is, I don't mind it one bit. Well, that's the thing, Aaron. Listen, the community that we've kind of built here works, even though it's online, even though like we don't meet face to face. It's a relationship, and the community, we get to know each other, we support each other. It's a fantastic setup. And Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you, buddy. Says God adding sin to Saul is like us setting the TV volume to an even number or a multiple of 5. I mean, yeah, it's weird that God will like give you a pretext for evil. Like, remember in Judges when Samson wants to take that woman from the Philistine territory, and got at the beginning of the chapter is like his parents didn't know it, but God wanted a pretext to act against the Philistines. So God set Samson up to literally sin. Pretty crazy to create them to sin after that. The whole thing is wild. Good question. Good to see you. My friend says, do you agree Paul abolished the Jewish Jesus in favor of the Greek Christos, who are drastically different? Jesus equals very human, aspiring prophet. Christos equals perfect divine spiritual envoy. Yep. A good question. I think that's right. I think Paul fundamentally changed the nature of Jesus's message and religion and adapted it for a Greco-Roman audience, which is why it is what it is today. The Jewish roots are virtually invisible. Glitterlock says, today I learned Justin has a lisp. Apparently, legitimately, had no idea. And most people don't, which is why that dude crashing out over his God, and the best he could do is, I have a lisp and God punished me, is pretty weak. Matthew, good to see you, friend. Says, honestly, I never thought of you having a lisp. There you go. What an asshole. Love your work and knowledge. Thank you. I appreciate that. Even if my lisp was bad, I don't think it would bother anyone. You'd still be here. And William says, God's review of Deconstruction Zone. Great stuff right here. I'd recommend it highly, but I don't exist. True. It's one of those unverified purchaser reviews on Amazon. Last super chat for now from Gone Out There. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. This guy arguing for God punishing people ahead of time because of foreknowledge is actually some premium dystopian BS. God might as well just send you straight to hell if he already knows. Consider me converted. Yikes. That's what I'm talking about, Gone. If God knew who was going where, who was going to be doing what, then none of this needs to exist. We can literally just all be born in heaven or hell and skip this entire existence. It's all a charade. It's all a game. It's all theatrics. None of it's necessary. Not any of this is necessary if God does things preemptively. Also, Aaron, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Now, we've got a number of people waiting in the TikTok queue and the YouTube queue, but Robin was up next in the YouTube queue after that. I believe, if I tracked it correctly, it's going to be Blessed by Jesus in the TikTok queue, and then probably Tyler D in the TikTok queue after that. But let me... I apologize. The YouTube queue got shuffled. I don't know why. EMC Loves Jesus was actually next in line in the YouTube queue. I didn't see them because I thought they dropped, but they're actually here still. Maybe they dropped and came back and it caused it to shuffle. But let's get EMC in here since they actually are here. How you doing, EMC?
Hey, how you doing, Justin?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you at least 18, and I assume you believe in Jesus?
No, I'm not up to 18, but yeah, I believe in Jesus.
Well, I apologize, my friend, but we mostly only talk to people that are over the age of 18. If it's a debate night, if we're doing a Q&A, I don't mind taking somebody who is younger, who just has a valid question. But we mostly just debate adults. It's not really fair to debate teenagers and you know minors. You know what I mean?
So I can speak.
Nope. Sorry, bud. Delms is just the way it goes. We'll get Blessed by Jesus in here, and then Tyler, and then Robin, and we should keep it. We should have everything going. Welcome back, Blessed, or welcome in, Blessed.
Hi, Justin. How you doing? You all right, mate? You good?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Justin, are you here like seeking the truth, or are you here just to entertain? I'm not being rude. I'm just asking in general. Do you really want to know the truth?
No, I'm a
Or
liar. I hate the truth.
I mean, no. I'm not calling you a liar. I mean, don't with no disrespect whatsoever. I mean, have you always been like a non-believer? Like, have you never believed in any kind of
Oh, so you don't know anything about
gods?
my channel, do you?
No, I never used to go on TikTok, to be honest with you. I went through a phase of going on TikTok to learn about Christianity a lot more because of what I witnessed. Now, I was a born Muslim, to be honest with you,
Sure.
born in the States. And
So you
I
jumped out of the frying
basically
pan into the fire, huh?
no, well, I've always believed in God, just
Mm,
because of the way I was raised in general, you know?
yeah.
Normally when you're raised
So
by people that believe in God. Yeah, go
the
on.
answer to your question is yes. I love truth, which is why I do these live streams. And if your truth is more truthier than my truth, fuck, I'll change my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what would be a good reason to believe in your truth as opposed to the one that doesn't include Jesus?
I mean, I was one of these people over about 12 months ago. I never read the Bible in my life. I've read many other books, but I never read the Bible.
Most Christians
I
don't.
had an yeah, well, I had an experience about 12
Hmm.
months ago where I nearly lost my life. And I'm 46 years of age, I've got two beautiful kids, and I've never really been the kind of person that goes around preaching to people to believe in certain things and stuff like that, if you know what I mean. I just left it always to myself, a relationship between me and God, direct, and after the experience I had where I nearly lost my life in a bicycle accident 12 months ago, something supernatural happened to me. And I thought, you know what? Come on and just tell Justin and see what he thinks about it. I'm not trying to convert you in any way. I
Well,
just made a promise to Jesus. Yeah, go on.
were you a believer when it happened?
I found Christianity a year and a half before the accident, yes.
Gotcha.
But I've
So
always been a believer in general.
when the accident happened, you just interpreted it through the lens of your belief.
It was
Am I
too
understanding that?
supernatural. It was too advanced for that.
I'm sure it
It was
was.
too beyond us. It was just beyond imagination,
Sure.
And everything I saw on the way up. I'll give you an example. I went up 7 dimensions, and every
I'm
dimension
sure
had
you
its own
did.
journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had a
And
near-death experience.
yes, and everything I experienced when I was going up all happened when I got back. Now,
Uh-huh.
everything that I
Yeah.
also experienced was in the Bible as well, which I was fascinated to find out later on.
I'm sure it
You
was.
know,
Do you
I'm
know
just
that
telling
like
you, Justin. I just wanted to ask you something personal. Have you ever asked
do you
Jesus
know
directly for the truth?
do you know that
Sorry,
like Muslims and Hindus and other people have near-death experiences too, right?
of course, without a doubt.
Okay. So why would your near-death experience be like more valid than theirs?
I had to ask for permission to come back.
So a lot of they did too.
I believe that. I mean, what's happened to me in the way I've healed through my surgeon, through two failed surgeries, through my physio. Everyone thinks I'm a walking miracle now.
Failed
Not
surgery.
only that,
Why wouldn't
how
God
my
make the
whole
surgery a
life.
success?
Why wouldn't he make it a success? It was a success, but the first one failed.
Why not make the first one a success?
The first one?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know the answer for that. I don't know. All I know is that I didn't give up hope, and today I'm walking like nothing ever happened.
So
And I've been back in the gym 6 months. I've been baptized, and it healed after I was baptized. And the way it happened was
yeah,
also supernatural,
I'm sure it
you
was.
know?
How come God doesn't like supernaturally, I don't know, take care of babies with bone cancer?
You see, because you're looking at life in the flesh, Justin. Yeah,
Oh, so you're not
we're
in
we're
the
only
flesh?
here. we're temporarily here
But
in the flesh.
your
We're
healing
all
wasn't in
spirit.
the flesh.
The supernatural experience I have was all in spirit.
But was your healing in the flesh?
My healing was in the flesh, yes.
Oh, but God can't heal like babies in the flesh. He has to let those people suffer.
No, because we don't die. We don't ever. Sorry, we're never unalived. Realistically, you're
Then
just unalived in the flesh.
what's the point in healing then?
Some people he has a higher purpose, a higher plan. Other
He
people
chose
takes as he
you.
chooses.
Yeah, you're special.
He picks and chooses everyone, Justin. He's using you right now.
I'm sure he
For
is.
all you know that for all you know that you're going to have a supernatural experience, and all your followers are going to convert. Because
maybe
they're gonna be
tonight.
like, wow, this is.
Let's do it.
Maybe.
Let's pray for a miracle. Let's have it.
Well, Justin, before you were something, you were nothing, and you became something, and you're here today. But you were already here.
I was always something. In my worldview, I was always something.
So you just believe in general that nothing came from nothing, yeah?
I don't
Everything
believe in
came from
nothing.
nothing.
I don't believe in nothing.
So how do you believe that
there's no good reason ever to believe that there was once nothing.
Mm-hmm. So how do you think we arrived on Earth? Just out of curiosity, Justin. How do you think we arrived? Did we arrive as babies? How do we arrive on Earth?
No idea what you mean. Did you? I don't know. Did you bother to read an evolution book or anything?
In what sense?
In the sense that there are textbooks about evolution where you can learn how we came to have biological organisms that evolved outside of the chemistry of the earth, or out of the chemistry of the earth.
Is that scientific fact that's proven us human beings are from evolution?
Evolution is built on scientific facts in the plural.
So you believe we came from evolution?
Yeah, and so do 97% of scientists.
Okay, well, I can tell you fact, yes, spiritually, that Jesus is more real than you can ever imagine.
Oh, show him to me.
Have you ever asked Jesus to show you the truth? Because after 44 years, I decided to do that.
Bless, I got bad news for you. I was a Christian for 20 years. I was a pastor for 10 years. I went to Bible college and seminary. I did more for Jesus than you can even dream of doing. That dude ain't real. That's why I'm here doing this, because I know for a fact that the Bible's not true. It's a book of rubbish. It's garbage. It's trash. Doesn't have true things in it. Jesus was a failed Messiah.
Okay, I mean, you're entitled to your opinions. I mean, Justin, did something happen that really turned you like this?
I studied the Bible.
So for so long you were a pastor, you studied the Bible.
I studied the Bible. That's why I left.
What happened? You didn't just wake up one morning, pack it up, and say, you know what, to hell with all of this. You know what happened? What specifically happened?
I studied the Bible. I just told you.
That was it. Nothing dramatic happened. Nothing happened to your family members. Nothing happened in relation to you just giving up all hope completely.
I didn't give up hope. I just left the religion.
After so many years?
Yeah, because it wasn't true. I'm honest. If it's not true, I'm not going to stay in it. I can demonstrate why it's not true. It's not like it's hard. Not even difficult.
I can understand how upset you are because you didn't get what you wanted when you wanted it.
I'm not upset, and I got everything I wanted. I'm a white guy in America. What do you mean I didn't get what I wanted? Are you crazy? You know how easy it is to be a white guy in America?
Yes, I do. But I was also born in the States. I was born in New Jersey myself. I arrived here in the 90s in the United Kingdom, But Justin, I mean, all I can say I'm not here to judge you, mate. Look, I totally respect you and everything that you do. I don't disrespect anyone.
How about
that's not the way. That's not the teachings of Jesus.
How about let's read the Bible together. How about we do that?
I'm just telling you my own personal experience, Justin. I saw Jesus. I saw. Do you know what
I'm
Jesus
sure you
told
did.
me?
Does the Bible say that faith comes by hearing?
Does it?
I'm asking you. Do you think it says that?
Justin, I'm a baby to Christianity in the sense of reading the Bible. Now, I've always studied the prophets and everything like that throughout life, But with regards to reading the Bible in pure text and detail, I'm still on that journey at the moment because I need to learn as fast as possible. I've been learning a lot. I do follow God Logic a lot. I do follow Duron Dorsey and a few of the other knowledgeable Christians that, you know, they might have not had the same
Uh-huh.
experiences with me, but they're pretty much
Uh-huh.
on track, and they know the Bible. They know the Bible better to answer those kind of questions from you.
Sadly,
if
they
you know what I
don't.
mean.
I don't have questions.
I
I've
know
got
you've studied
answers.
it.
It says faith comes from what is heard. What is heard comes through the word of Christ. So what this means is that you should be able to read the word of Christ and come to faith, right?
Justin, I followed simple instructions. Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and the only
We're not
way to the
gonna-
Father is through. But that
Well.
wasn't the main thing I followed. The main thing I followed is, if Jesus is true on his word and he says, seek and you shall find, knock and the door shall be answered, ask and
boy.
it shall be given. That's exactly what I done, and that's
Well.
exactly how he answered.
How come he doesn't do
Otherwise,
it
I
for
would have
everybody?
never had the Bible come to my hands. Sorry?
It's a shame. It's a shame that he doesn't do it for everybody that seeks.
Well, he told me it was my heart that brought me there. You know,
Maybe you
he
told me
that.
I think you told
this is
yourself that.
home. No, Justin, honestly, he told me that this was
I am being
home.
honest.
This is where we were all coming. Yeah. He told me that we're all this combined abundance of love. We're all one. And it was my heart that got me there. Now, when I asked for permission to come back, yeah. Now, Justin, if you could only imagine, you could not even imagine.
I don't know why you keep telling me this story. I've heard 1,000 NDEs.
Justin, I think,
none
you know
of this
what?
is.
Forget about the crowd. Justin,
None of it's
forget about
actually
the crowd.
relevant.
I know. Justin, forget about the crowd or entertainment or anything like that. I'm telling you this because I believe
you are the entertainment here right now, not me.
I'm not trying to be an entertainer, honestly, honest to God. You know, I'm just telling you what I made a promise to Jesus that my exact words were, Jesus, please let me go back and tell everyone what I witnessed here. Please let me go back and tell all the people that were lost like I was lost the truth. You know? So that's when he let me come back. Yeah.
Does Jesus tell you to pray in the Bible?
Does he tell you to pray in the Bible?
Yeah.
I've prayed my whole life. I've prayed my whole life to God, but not. I didn't really know Jesus. I only knew Jesus. At most, I knew him as a prophet, or at most, at the Son of God. But I never actually had a relationship with him. And spoke
I just needed a yes or no out of you.
I think Jesus, more than anything, tells us to have a relationship with him.
So he doesn't tell you to
know
pray.
him. I think your heart never lies to you.
So does Jesus tell you to pray or not?
With those exact words?
I just said pray. Does Jesus ever tell you to pray?
He tells you to follow his word.
Does he tell you to pray though?
You know that better than I do. Does it say it in the Bible that you've read for 20 years?
Sure did, yeah. On multiple occasions. In fact, he says, if you pray anything in my name, it'll be done for you. He also says in the Lord's Prayer to pray for daily bread. Why is it that there are 3 million children this year that are going to die of starvation? Their parents are just praying desperately, calling on the name of Jesus, which is weird because in Matthew chapter 6, he literally says that God will provide for them, but he doesn't. It's almost like Jesus' promises are worthless.
Did you read Psalms 22, just out of curiosity, Justin?
Sure did, and it's not about Jesus, I can tell you that.
You don't think that was Jesus describing every moment of what he felt?
It's David describing what he's going through. It's a psalm of David.
Do you believe in David?
David was a real person. We have historical, archaeological facts for him, just like Jesus. They're both real people as far as we can tell.
Right, okay.
But so was King Cyrus, and so was King Nebuchadnezzar. That doesn't mean that their gods are real.
No, I understand. But did you read those exact words yourself and you believe it's not Jesus?
I read Psalm 22 in English and Hebrew. It's not about Jesus.
So was David's hands pierced?
It doesn't say pierced. The word in Hebrew for pierced is dakar. The word that shows up in there is ka'ari, which means like a lion. Pierced is not in the Hebrew text. Somebody lied to you.
So you read Psalms 22 and you're going to tell me that detail, the amount of detail that's in Psalms 22, doesn't describe Jesus' crucifixion?
Nope. Not even close.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I get it. I mean, I'm not here
Why
to
would we
judge.
think it's about crucifixion?
Justin, you know.
Why would we think it's about crucifixion?
I do believe that Jesus came into the world, yeah, to show all of us how to conquer everything that's going to come up against us.
Just
Now,
not starving.
I do
Just not
understand. I
your
do
child
understand
starving.
your
You can't
views.
conquer that.
He conquered it all, and
Oh,
then he died
Jesus
and rose
conquered
again on the
starving
third day.
babies,
Jesus conquered everything.
but not starving babies because they're still starving.
See, because you're looking at the flesh again. You're
But
judging everything by the flesh.
but Jesus healed your flesh.
When we came down in sin, and that was our punishment, was to be unalived. Okay?
Okay, so
Jesus came to
we
wash
shouldn't
us
help
of all of
people
our
dying
sins.
then. If somebody's sick, we shouldn't help them. We should let the babies die then.
Listen, being unalived, yeah, I've gone through that
But
phase. I've gone
well, I'm
on
just
that
asking
journey,
you,
and
if
I'm
our
happy
life is
that
meaningless, should we let the babies die?
your life's not meaningless. Everyone's life is precious. Everyone's
Oh,
life
so
is beautiful.
life is precious. It's not precious to God though. God will just let those babies die.
You're looking at it from your own understanding, not
No,
understanding it from the
it's your
way, in the
understanding.
spiritual way.
No, you said life was precious, not me. Is life precious or not?
Justin, we come into the world and we blossom like flowers.
He'll never
Every
answer.
year, those flowers come back over and over again. Those trees, the buds
We are
open up
never
and
getting an
close and
answer.
drop. No, you are getting an answer, but Justin, you got to look beyond that, mate. You got to look beyond what you're thinking. You're just thinking on a human being perspective. Yeah, you're not thinking spiritual. You're not thinking eternal. You're not thinking everlasting. You're just thinking temporary. Just like that fruit that's in your hand that you're going to
Again,
swallow and it's going to be gone after seconds.
still waiting for
You're
the
thinking very
answer.
short-term
Is
and
that is
temporary,
every
Justin.
life valuable? Yes or no?
Every life is valuable.
So we
Every
should
single life.
preserve
God
life,
told
shouldn't we?
me. God
So
told me
we
that
should
we are
help
all
preserve people's
one.
lives.
Justin, we're all one.
I'm
We're
just
all
waiting for you
equal.
to tell
We're
me,
all
should
one.
we help people preserve their lives or not?
God's created scenarios
He's
in
never going to
every
answer.
aspect of
I'm
our
going to need
lives.
I'm going to need a yes or
answering
no.
you.
I'm going to need a yes or no.
It's not a yes/no question.
It is. I asked you a yes or no question.
It's bigger than that.
Should we work to preserve people's lives, like babies with bone cancer, hell, even elderlies with people with cancer? Should we seek to preserve their lives or just let them die?
Let me give you an example. When you see someone born without arms and legs, if the person
Just need a yes or no.
wasn't born like that, would it not give hope to other people that are
Just
so
need a
happy like that?
Just need a yes or no.
Look, God is perfect in all his ways,
Just waiting for a yes or no.
but it exceeds your understanding of it. That's
Just
the thing,
waiting
Justin.
for a yes or no.
Anyway, Justin, I've just
You
come
weren't
on to
even
give you that
listening to the
message. For
question,
whatever
are
it-
you?
for whatever
Do
I
you
was
even know what the
ans-
question
I
was?
was listening to that.
Oh boy.
I was listening to your question.
Was it perfect when God said
that?
that people could own slaves? Was that perfect or what about when he said that women don't have like bodily autonomy or anything?
Listen, I don't know how to answer those questions, to be honest with you, because I haven't looked in depth and in detail
You should
to
ask
answer
Jesus.
you accordingly. No, I mean, there is people that will have the right answers for you, more knowledgeable Christians. I mean, you
But
know
not
the answers to
Jesus.
that because you studied for so long.
You
Now,
got it.
because
I
you've
do know the
studied for
answers. That's
20
why I know
plus
I'm
years
right.
and you were a pastor, you know what questions to ask, Justin,
Sure do.
you know, I don't want to be rude, but you know how to manipulate a question.
No,
You know?
I know the right question to
You know how
answer
you're going to come
to
at every
lead
angle. Hence the
somebody
fact you're here
to a
today.
correct conclusion using data and logic. That's what I do. Which is why nobody can take my talking points down. I've been using the same talking points for like 3 years. There's no answer for
No, I
these
get you,
talking points. That's why they're effective.
Justin, I truly believe that Jesus will answer you in his time. He
He's
will.
not going to answer you, is he?
He will never let you go. He loves you like you would never imagine. You would never believe.
That's adorable.
You know?
That's adorable. Well, it sounds like you came to preach,
He
and that's
loves all
fine.
of us.
If you want to come to preach, I'll give you
No,
the
I
last
didn't come
word. You've got 1 minute to say what you need to say, and then I got to move on. Okay?
All right, Justin. All I want to say is, mate.
Oops, button slipped. My bad. All right, I guess we'll move on to the next one. Came to preach and not answer questions. Let's see. Kind of funny though. I don't know. That'd make a fun little clip. We'll clip that later. All right, it's in the notes now. Fantastic. Hey, welcome in, friends. Welcome in. I got a little. Obviously, we're thinking in the carnal mind. We need to get into our spiritual minds. So we're maybe we could do some goose frabas or some ohms and get the spiritual man ready to go. Or as if you go to a Pentecostal church, they'll say, "Yeah, stir the spirit." Maybe a little bit of that. But who knows? Hey, Chris says, do you believe in David? This weird question reminded me of Seth Andrews. Christianity made me talk like an idiot. Also, dude didn't know the Bible. They never do. That's why they're still Christians. People who know this Bible, they're either not Christians anymore or they have a very nuanced form of Christianity. Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for the additional super test. It's like every human, I originated from a mother and a father, not a sky spirit. Just keep winding the clock backwards to the last universal common ancestor, Luca. It doesn't take a lot of imagination there. That's it. It's not hard. We've got the biological evidence for it. I think the DNA evidence for evolution is the strongest thing we can point to for evolution. I love it. The fossils are great. I love the fossils. To me, the DNA is where it's at. Sufficiently advanced tautology. Thank you for the additional super chat. We're all clearly born as blossoming flowers, except that those of us born with leukemia, bone cancer, birth defects, abusive parents, no access to clean water, such flourishing. Email sent, by the way. Thank you for the email. I'll be checking into the software that you wrote. But yeah, it's amazing that they can double down and say every life is precious to God, which is why he fucking obliterates them. And Mandolin B, thank you for the super chat, says, I was born with multiple physical disabilities and grew up being told by Christians around me how much of an inspiration I was by suffering for their fee-fees. It's dehumanizing and sick. Yes, if you have to suffer because somebody else needed to learn a lesson, that means God is okay with abusing one of his children to teach another child. Would you do that with your children? Would you abuse one of your children so that the other children would learn a lesson? That's horrific. Not the operator. Says caller is dodging that question so hard you would think he's dodging light itself. True. Absolutely true. The question was going right fucking through him like neutrinos. The guy was not going to answer. And Cynthia, thank you for the super chat, says, I was not born in sin. I did nothing wrong before I was born. I was born. I have lived and I will die. End of story. That's true. Also, I Lived, by the way, is an amazing song that y'all need to go get by Pinkbeard, my friend Sebastian. It's on one of his latest albums. It is amazing. It's like my theme song right now. Check it out, friends. Tell him I sent you. And Peyote Salad, thank you for the super chat. My friend says, Papa Justin, would you ever be inclined to create an app subscribers could access your knowledge more directly? Also, what is the best interface to view the Bad Bible Doc? So the interface I use the most is honestly my computer, but I actually use my phone. It's just a Google spreadsheet. I'm going to be putting it into a book format for those who don't do the electronics so much. I have started looking at creating an app or using something like Obsidian rather than Google Sheet because it's getting large, it's getting big. Something like Obsidian could make it a little bit easier to manage. I could also turn it into an actual app and use that. I am looking through the options right now. It started as a spreadsheet. I didn't realize it was going to get so big, and now it's huge. And I am actually looking for ways to help it to be more manageable for those who have access to it. So Surf Murph says, I prayed for a God bod, but Jesus sent me years supply of Doritos instead. Listen, if they're Cool Ranch, I get it. My dad bod was fed by Cool Ranch Doritos, and it was amazing, and maybe some pizza as well. Robert Webster says, all of the Crash Out Christ cultists call in day crying. All day crying continues? All of the Crash Out Christ cultists call in day crying continues. Well, yes, that's what today is. The cult members are calling to cry, and we're here for it. I'm down with it. Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. And Base Tashera, thank you for the super chat. Says, God did something about the starving babies. Psalm 37:9. True. He dashed their heads against the stones. You nailed it. You nailed it. Fantastic. Good observation. All right, let's get Robin in here. Robin was next in line, and then after that, I believe, was Tyler. So Robin, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, and no, I'm actually an atheist. However, I had a question. Well,
Sorry, buddy. We are just doing debates. Please respect the boundaries of the live stream. I have Q&As regularly planned. I love you. I appreciate you. But please, this is a debate stream, especially during the summer when my streams are already shortened because I'm only doing 4-hour streams in the summer while my son's out of school. So I'm absolutely not going to be taking questions during a live stream unless like you're in an existential crisis. Then you guys know I'll always help. But regardless of that, come to the Q&A. We'll be having a Q&A. You can ask all your questions. Tyler, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am, and yes, I do believe in God.
Awesome. And which God?
I believe in the Christian God, Yahweh.
Sure. Is there a good piece of evidence or an argument or a good reason to believe in this God?
I mean, can we? I wonder if you're down to just go into just deism and just a God's existence in general. Would you be down to do that?
I'm not sure I would classify deism as a god, but like
deism just means believe in a higher power, higher authority, but we just don't know if it's a Christian God or whatever. Would you be willing to at least go into the premise behind a God?
I mean, if you have an argument for a generic God, and you're more than welcome to pitch it.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, I feel like your prompt says your God is imaginary. I feel like if we just can get into a God existing at all, I feel like that'll just be a broader statement. So,
sure, I mean, it's not going to get you anywhere near my prompt. My prompt is that your specific God is not real.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we could go into that, but I feel like first we have to understand the contingency argument. I think gives a good explanation to
oh boy,
a God existence or a necessary being.
Who told you that?
The argument, Thomas Aquinas made it.
Who told you that this was a good argument?
William Lane Craig.
William
I
Lane
believe.
Craig. Oh boy,
Yeah, that guy. He's pretty good. Even Alex O'Connor, an atheist, a well-known atheist, even says it's a good argument.
Yeah. This is your first time trying to give it?
I think he's agnostic. I don't know, but
he's an atheist.
Basically, you know the contingency argument?
Sure do. Want to give me the premises, or do you want me to give them to you?
Yeah, we could get with the premises. So, my premise is everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Contingent things require an explanation for why they exist.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I'm just writing them down. Everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Yep. P2 is that. What now?
Contingent things require an explanation for why they exist.
Interesting. I mean, necessary things might as well, but whatever. Contingent.
So, okay, if you think necessary things also need an explanation.
All right, go ahead for P3.
Okay, P3 is the universe is contingent.
And
premise 4 would be therefore the universe requires an explanation for why it exists. And then P5 will be the explanation of the universe cannot be just another contingent thing inside the universe. Excuse me. And then premise 6 will be this, so the ultimate explanation must be necessary, not contingent. And then conclusion would be therefore there exists a necessary reality that explains the existence of the universe. And basically the necessary being is what we support and believe in God.
Sure.
That's what we call God.
There's a lot of ways to demonstrate the folly of this particular argument. I'll probably pick the easiest of them. Give me a second, though. I got a couple of typos in here. I was typing fast. Okay. So everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Yeah, I don't think it matters to go into that one. Contingent things are require an explanation. Fair. That's definitionally how you defined it. I don't care. Premise 3, the universe is contingent. I need support for that. I think everything in the universe can be contingent, and the universe itself doesn't have to be contingent. That would be a composition fallacy. What's the support that the universe is contingent rather than necessary?
Yeah, so if something could have failed to exist or could have been different, then it is contingent. The universe could have failed to exist or could have been different. Many
how do you know?
Physicians and even scientists will state that
Positions.
sorry,
What are
not
you talking about?
not physician. Sorry, I don't know what I'm thinking.
Physicists.
Physicists. Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Will say that they would make up if you're able to imagine a different universe, that would basically be the premise of that the universe could be different. It's plausible
Yep.
to say that the constants and laws could also be different. Not only that, the universe is expanding. Something that is necessary shouldn't be changing their states.
You're
So
talking
I would
about
feel like
you're talking about
I mean, I can't.
elements inside of the universe.
Yeah, and they're all contingent.
Yeah, but the set of elements is not contingent. That's what you have to support.
What do you mean the set of elements?
You can have
If
a set, and everything in that set can be contingent, but that doesn't mean that the set is. What's the argument for the universe being the set of all things also being contingent?
if those things were different, then the universe itself will also be different. So
The
that just
elements, you
kind of
mean?
no. If the universe, if the
Mhm.
laws and constants were different, then that
Mhm.
would also imply that it will coexist with the universe, meaning that the universe will then be different than
Well,
what
the
it is now.
universe might have different elements, but the universe itself, we have no reason to believe wouldn't exist. We have no reason at all scientifically to believe that there was ever nothing. Not one shred of evidence.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying though that the universe is contingent
But
and it
I
needs an explanation.
haven't heard support for that.
I explained that the universe is the laws and constants are different within it, and also the universe is dependent on stuff.
Well, I
It's
don't believe
changing.
the laws
I
and
mean, I'm listing
constants.
the attributes of what a universe can, how the
The
universe is dependent on things.
the
It
constants
depends.
are just behaviors. You tell me God doesn't have behaviors?
God has a will.
Well, that sounds like a part of his behavior, doesn't it? Does he have a desire?
So, like, I mean, for like an example would be a triangle must have three sides. That is
Uh-huh.
necessary. It cannot be a triangle without three sides. So
Yeah, we
no
defined it.
universe existed. A different universe existed. The laws of physics were different. The amount of matter and energy was different. The constants were different. So the universe does not seem necessary. It seems more contingent.
I
The
mean,
universe appears contingent, and many physicists will say this.
this argument doesn't work for your God. Your God has desires. He's got a will. He's got changing mental states.
That's not.
your
That's a
argument
straw man.
fails. No, it's not.
I never said that God changes. I said he
Um,
has a will.
What do you think a will is?
A will. It's a desire to do things whatever he wants. It's like
Yeah. And does he ever change his will?
No.
Oh, you'd be wrong.
He's eternal.
Does he ever change his desires?
No.
Would you'd be
He's
wrong?
always sufficient.
You haven't read the Bible, have you?
I have.
But did you read the part where God changes his mind and also changes his will?
Where does he change his mind?
In quite a few places. Genesis 6, he changes his mind. Exodus 32:14, he changes his mind. 1 Samuel 15, he changes his mind. You haven't read any of these verses, huh?
I mean, I'm looking at it. What was the first one? Genesis 6?
Genesis 6, yeah, he regrets that he created humans.
Yeah, so I don't think you understand. Genesis is not like a thing of where you can literally just take the language of what it's saying. When it says regret,
right, the words don't have meanings.
God's sorrow.
I forgot. Yeah, the words in the Bible don't mean anything.
It's a type of narrative in the ancient historical language of how
So
they
then
spoke back then.
What did he do then?
It was to show God's sorrow. That's what he
Why
was.
Why was he sorrowful?
Regret.
Oh, he did regret. So he was sorrowful because he regretted doing what?
He didn't regret anything. He didn't regret, because if he regretted, he will wipe out human existence entirely. But Noah built the ark.
But
he still had mercy.
But did he regret making the humans? Because that's what it says.
He grieved human evil in the sense, not that he made a mistake.
Does it say that he grieved human evil,
I
or does
said
it say
sorrow.
that he regretted making man?
Like I just said, regret is a human language for
So?
God's sorrow.
So if God has
It's
sorrow, he
describing
can have
God in
regret.
human terms so we can
No.
understand him.
No, it just makes statements about God. You're trying to say the Bible doesn't mean what it says?
No, I'm saying that you're using the narrative and you're trying to form it into your own understanding.
No,
That's
I'm
just
reading it.
intellectually dishonest.
I'm just reading it word for word. What's intellectually dishonest is saying that the
That's
words
the
don't mean what the
problem.
words
See,
say.
that's the problem. You
The
don't
problem
read
is
it
that the
word
words.
for word.
Yeah, I know you're
You
not supposed to
don't
read the
it
Bible
word
for what it
word.
says. Don't do that. Don't read the Bible
read
and
it
say
in
that it says what it
context.
says. What's the
Have you ever
context?
heard you read it in context?
I've never heard
Because
of
what was
context.
happening was
Tell me about the
human
context.
evil. People were doing human evil, and God was
Mhm.
sorrow, and he didn't, and
Mhm.
he was grieving it, and he was like, "Oh my
Mhm.
gosh, my
Did
creation."
he know it was going to happen that way?
God allows free will. He knows
But did
every
he know
possible.
that was going to happen? Did he know he was going to have to wipe them
He
all
knew
out?
it was a possibility of
Did
happening, but
he?
it
So he doesn't know all
couldn't have happened.
things. Your necessary
No,
God's
he
not all
knows.
knowing.
He does know. It's just
So
that there's a possibility of us doing the opposite because we
So
have
he-
free will.
So he knew, and then he also
Yeah.
regretted. He regretted the thing he knew they were going to do before he created them to do it.
In the premise of a human terms, yes, he did it of where
Oh.
he saw what
Mhm.
happened because we decided
Mhm.
and we had free will. They
Mhm.
could have stopped.
Why didn't
He
God just
did-
start with Noah? Why not just start with the good people?
Because then that will intentionally stop people from having free will.
No, it wouldn't.
Is that loving?
No, it wouldn't. You just start
If
with
I forced you
you
to
just start with
stop,
you just start with Noah rather than Adam and Eve. That's it.
yeah, but then that's stopping free will from happening. If you just
No.
start it from Noah, then
Whose
that means
free
all
will?
the other people, you're
Whose free
just
will?
killing innocent people.
So
You're
God
just
doesn't. So God doesn't kill
snapping
innocent
fingers.
people because it takes their free will away.
In the
Oh, buddy,
sense
you
of
just
God
buried
is love,
yourself.
God
Oh
is all loving.
no. Wait, are you saying God doesn't kill people because it takes their free will away?
God doesn't take away free will.
Does he? Well, he does, but does he kill people?
No, he doesn't.
God doesn't kill people.
God is the author of life, and
Holy
he has
fuck!
what?
Have you read a single page of this book? He literally killed all the firstborn in Egypt for things they never did, for what their parents did, for what the king did, the pharaoh.
Are you serious? Are you
That's what
serious?
it says. Did you not read it?
No, and Pharaoh was
I can read it to
ignorant
you.
and arrogant, and he wouldn't let his people go, and they were doing slavery,
But
and they were
the
torturing
children?
the Israelites, and he
Well, it
gave him 10 plagues
doesn't actually say that.
before he took away his only child,
Did
his youngest child.
did the children that died do
He's,
anything?
our God is patient, and he's all-knowing, and he
Not gonna
knew
answer.
if he... I'm sorry, what did you say?
Did the children that died, did they do anything wrong?
God is the author of life. He's allowed to take
I'm
life
just-
if it's
but-
of sufficient reason.
Oh, but you said
And
he
not
doesn't
only
take
that-
life because it would violate their
not
free
only-
will. So now he
not
does
only
take their
that-
life. It does violate their free will, but he just has to have a good reason for it.
If you actually look back into the context, like I told you, the
Hmm.
Egyptians actually, once before Moses was born, when he was a child, Pharaoh told to kill all the Israelite younglings
Mhm.
and throw them into the pits for crocodiles. So it was actually
Yeah.
a justification to what happened back
So
then.
two wrongs make a right.
then-
Then if somebody kills your baby, you can kill their
It's a
baby.
just kind of, yeah.
Kind of. Holy fuck!
You're
Jesus
telling me
Christ!
if
What
someone
year is
killed
it?
your child?
That's
You're telling me if someone
crazy.
killed your child? It was a justification aspect.
Fucking
He
A! I
didn't
gotta
just
write this in
kill
my notes
them
before I forget.
unlawfully. And then not only that, God gave patience for Pharaoh to give his people away. And
Buddy,
yet he literally
I need you to slow down for 5 seconds. You literally just said if somebody kills a child, you can kill their child.
Not me. God can.
I'm not asking about God. I'm asking about what's fair. Is it fair to kill a child just because somebody else's child died?
in the intentions of murder. And not only that, I'm not saying I'm killing.
It's not murder, it's
God is
retribution.
taking away lives.
It's
He is
retribution.
the sufficient author of life.
I'm sure he is. It's retribution, though. Do you think it's fair to exhibit retribution on children?
If you're talking about humans, no, it's not right. But upon God, it is. It's
Special
sufficient.
pleading.
You're
God,
trying to
so
put
God
as
can
a
do
pleader.
it. Okay, so it's always wrong when we do it, but it's actually right when God does it.
Yeah, because he's the author of life.
Oh.
I mean, it's my contingency argument. It clearly
if
stated that he
you-
is the author of the universe and
So
everything.
if you create life, then you can torture them.
Where does it say he tortures people?
Oh, I can show you those verses. I'm just asking you a question. If you create life, if you're the creator of life, are you allowed to torture the creation? Do you think that'd be morally justified?
He doesn't want anything to be
I
tortured.
didn't
In Genesis
ask you
chapter
that.
1, there's
I didn't ask you
nowhere
what he
that you want
wanted.
to torture.
Didn't ask you any of that. This is a hypothetical question. If the maker of the universe wanted to literally torture his creation, would that be wrong?
That would go against his nature.
It would go
'Cause
against
we
his
said
nature.
He's all good. He's all good. If he tortures innocent people, then yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, so that would be wrong if he harmed innocent people. Then,
Keyword if.
if you want to read the Bible with me.
Yeah, we can. In
Yeah.
context.
Oh, yeah. I never heard about the context. Oh no. Yeah, context is gonna fix it, huh?
Yeah, I think
Open
so.
up Isaiah 13 for me, bud.
Isaiah 13?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Hosea 13. That's
Hosea.
I mean, we could do both of them. They're going to be both of them really fun, but we want Hosea 13. Have you read any of this book, or did you just read Aquinas? Because it sounds like you haven't read the book yet.
So, O death, where are your plagues? O Sheol, where is your string?
Read verse 16.
Oh, verse 16. Okay. My internet's slow. Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Little ones shall be dashed in.
Yeah. And what's the last line?
Their little ones shall be dashed in.
And their pregnant women ripped open.
So, like I just said, we have to understand the important point is this is descriptive judgment language. God is not saying cruelty itself is morally good. So number
is he
one,
gonna do this or no?
Let's go into the clear, concise.
But
Samaria shall bear her guilt because Israel rebelled. The verse gives the reason: covenant rebellion, idolatry, injustice, and rejecting God. That is the problem.
Just waiting
then
for
the violence
answer.
Describes what invading armies would do.
Just
it is
waiting
warning
for the answer.
Israel. What answer? What answer do you want? See, that's the problem. You just want your answer. You don't actually want the answer.
Is this a yes or no? I'm asking the events that are described here, are they going to take place?
Yes, they do take place.
Oh, that's all I need to know. So that means God is going to cause this to happen, right?
No.
Oh, so he's not causing this.
No. He's prophesizing it. Prophesizing doesn't equal coercion.
You want to read?
For example,
read verse?
If I read a fortune teller,
want to read verse 9?
The assassination of Donald Trump happens.
You want to read verse 9?
Donald Trump dies.
The more you talk, the dumber you look.
The
more you talk, the dumber you're going to look. Read verse 9.
Read verse 9. I will destroy you, O Israel. Who can help you? Where now is your king? That he may
God's
going
to destroy him. Oh, God's doing. Okay, so who's causing this?
Verse 9. Yeah. Let me see. What?
You just read it. Hosea 13:9. God says he's doing it. I will destroy you, O Israel. Oh, you don't know the context. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. See, I thought coming into this, you knew all the context. It turns out you don't know the context. You're using ChatGPT because you don't know the context. I bet you don't even know who Samaria is. Tell me who Samaria is.
Yeah, it was one of the tribes or kingdoms during the ancient time of this day, and they were going to destroy them.
Samaria is a region. Samaria is a
Okay.
region. It's the region
Okay,
north
a
of
region.
Judah and Benjamin. It's referring to the 10 northern tribes of Israel who are going to be punished by the Assyrians, an army that God takes pride saying that I'm doing it.
Yeah, but I don't think you
I'm
understand
bringing
why
the
God is doing
Assyrians.
it. Why God is
I know why
destroying
God's
Israel.
doing it.
So your claim was God tortures innocent people. He doesn't torture anyone here. He is justifying what Israelite is doing.
So the babies that had their heads dashed to pieces, they're not innocent.
They're justified. It's a justification aspect.
So it's justified to kill babies if their parents are
It
bad.
doesn't say God kills the babies. He says he will destroy Israel.
Yeah, by what means?
Like I just said before, though, it's a descriptive judgment language.
By what means? No, it's not. It's not
He is
just descriptive.
God is not saying, "Oh, let's do this every single day, guys."
It's not hyperbole. It literally happened. It literally happened.
I mean, you can have your own opinion, but this is not a command for Christians to imitate.
Quite literally happened.
You're trying
God
to say
said
that I need to
that
listen to what the
Samaria
Old
is going to
Covenant
get their
says, which is
asses
not
kicked
what
by the
Christianity
king of
does.
Assyria. And then the king of Assyria came in and kicked their asses exactly the way God said it was going to happen. They even fucking wrote about it. If you look at the inscriptions from Ashurbanipal, he literally talks about how he threw these babies in the burn piles.
And what chapter is that?
It's in the annals of Ashurbanipal and the other Neo-Assyrian leaders. The army that God said, I'm bringing to do this, they wrote about it too. What about that? How's that for context? Isn't that crazy?
These are historical things that actually happened?
Sure is. Yeah.
So the Bible's trustworthy is what you're saying?
Nope.
So it didn't happen.
It did happen. That doesn't mean that God is real. Because as it turns out,
The
their
Bible's
prophets...
trustworthy.
Nope, it's not. It just happened to be that these two wars actually happened. What God says in Isaiah 7, which is, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So God says, I'm bringing this army. I'm doing it. That's why he says, I will destroy you.
Justification aspect.
So we'll try this again. Is God responsible for these babies being dashed to pieces?
He's justifying what Israel was doing. He's the author of life.
But is he responsible?
No, we are. Who rebelled against God?
Doesn't matter. Talk about the punishment, not the crime.
Yes, it does. You see how you just said it doesn't
Does God
matter?
get to pick the punishment?
That's just so intellectually dishonest.
Okay, so if my son disobeys me, can I light him on fire?
That's just not what it means. You're strawman.
But he disobeyed me. I'm justified. He disobeyed me.
In the pre-context.
Okay, so if somebody disobeys you, you can't just do anything you want to them. Weird.
Meaning covenant rebellion. Do you know what covenant rebellion is?
I know exactly what that is. That's why I'm asking you.
Murder, thou shalt not commit adultery.
That's why I'm asking you.
Thou shalt not commit.
If somebody breaks the covenant, is there a limit to what you can do to them?
We should definitely punish them, but you saying to light them on fire is not what that's just a complete straw man.
It's not a straw man. I use an illustration with my son. My son's not in the fucking Bible.
Sir, all what I'm just saying is that you don't understand the context behind any of these verses.
I know the context. I know exactly what the context is. Way better than you'll ever know it.
Okay.
So let's try this again. The Israelites, the northern Israelites, rebelled against God. In fact, they made a fucking alliance with the Arameans. That pissed God off. He didn't like that at all. God specifically said, I'm going to wipe out the northern Israelites. He said it on multiple occasions. And then an army came in and literally wiped them out in the most horrific way possible, raping women, killing babies, cutting pregnant women open. And God finds delight in this. Deuteronomy 28:63, God says, just as I delighted in making you prosperous and numerous, just as he delighted in making you prosperous and numerous, he will delight in bringing you to destruction and ruin. God takes delight in destroying his people. Deuteronomy 28:63. This is what happens when you pontificate about knowing the Bible, but you haven't actually read it. Stop assuming that atheists haven't read this book, my man.
You're saying Deuteronomy 26:16?
28:63.
Oh, 28:63. What did I hear? Jeez, I got the hiccups. My internet is so slow, bro.
Divine punishment. Don't worry. I can read it for you. I quoted it from memory. It's right on the screen.
Oh. And just as the Lord took delight in making prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you are entering. Yeah, so clearly, like I just said before, it's not. It's a narrative, and it's describing. It's a descriptive injustice language.
What's it describing?
He's not saying to do it.
But he did cause it. He says he causes it.
He doesn't enjoy suffering. It's a judgment,
What?
certain and deliberate.
He just said he
Just
does.
like his blessings, he gives blessings to his people as well. Like Abraham said, Abraham's descendants will be of him.
It's weird. You said he doesn't enjoy doing this, but then it just says in the verse you read that he does. He will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So does he delight in it or not?
Language shows God's confirmed commitment to justice, not pleasure and pain.
Oh, so it's just then to murder babies.
In a context of what is happening, yes.
What's the context that makes murdering babies good?
If other people kill one another, life takes life. That's what what injustice says.
So then if there's like a guy who
you're saying children and fetuses are wrong to morally kill?
Hold on.
You're saying abortion is wrong, is what you're saying?
As adorable pivot, we'll get there next. So the reality is it's not cute, it's a pivot because you know you're stuck.
Well,
so,
it's not a pivot because you're literally...
Again, the abortion topic's not going to help you either. It's not going to help you either. That pivot's going to cook you just
Funny
as bad
how
as
when
this
the
one.
abortion status comes into play,
It's,
all of a
it's
sudden
amazing
it's good. And then
when
it comes down to God,
when they
now
assume,
you're like, oh,
I love it when they assume they know my position on abortion.
A womb is somehow wrong now.
What's
That's
my
weird.
Tell me what my position on abortion is, asshat.
What is your abortion? Or what is your
you
position
tell me,
on abortion?
You tell me. Apparently you know it.
Well, what is it?
I've been waiting. You said you knew it.
I think. I'm not saying 100%, but I'm pretty sure
you have no idea.
Are.
Oh, so you have no idea what my position is. Fantastic.
So
let's get back to the question, and then I'll cook you on abortion. I'm happy to cook you on abortion next. I'm happy to cook you next.
So abortion is murder?
Again, I'm happy to cook you on abortion after we're done with this.
We could go back. I'm sorry. We could go back.
Do you remember what we were talking about before you pivoted?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 28:63. You said that the rejoice language shows God's firm commitment to justice, not pleasure.
I didn't say that. I mean, stop reading from the internet.
I'm saying that's what I said.
We can all tell you're reading from the internet. Just be a normal person for once.
Because you don't know context.
I do know context. That's why I know this verse is here and you don't.
See, this is you don't even know what context means. You can't just pick
I do know
a verse
what context
and say
means.
That's what it means.
I know what it means.
What does context mean in Latin?
What the fuck do you think this chapter is? Tell me one thing in this chapter that you know about.
In Deuteronomy, it's talking about laws within the...
In Deuteronomy 28
Israel.
Specifically, what's happening in this chapter?
Deuteronomy is basically the broad term of how the government of Israel should be governed.
Wrong. Deuteronomy 28 to Deuteronomy 32 is the blessings and cursing section.
Okay.
But you don't know the context. I keep forgetting that you don't know the context.
I don't know every single. I don't know every single chapter. I just know the broad context.
Tyler,
of
buddy,
Deuteronomy.
You don't know the context of Deuteronomy 28 to 32, do you?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah. So then stop pretending. Pretending like context is meaningful here, since you don't know any of it.
Okay, sure.
There
I feel
we
like
go.
you're just taking out the context and then you're just applying your own.
Well, then give me the context. I'm more than happy to tell you why it still matches the verse.
Like I just said, it's judgment.
Okay, I'll give you the context. It's judgment for disobeying what?
God.
Okay, and when you disobey God, he delights in doing what?
Taking away life.
Ah, so he does delight in killing innocent babies.
Like I said, that's a language of human attributes. It's not literally saying he rejoices in it. So what's he do then? Firm commitment to justice, not pleasure and pain.
So when it says he takes delight in bringing you to ruin, what's that mean? What's it mean to take delight in bringing somebody to ruin? Does it say
I don't
justice
think
or
you
does it say
understand
ruin?
God's authority. Like if
I
you
sure
reject
do.
God, you realize you're rejecting goodness itself.
I disagree.
So okay, so let me break this down. If you hit
God God
if you
is
slap
evil
a
according to
citizen,
Isaiah
hold on.
45:7.
Let me explain the
I
understanding. Okay.
I need
If
the
you
explainer.
slap a
Yeah, go ahead.
citizen, what do you usually get for a punishment?
I don't know, not much. You might like pay a fine. You might put you
Yeah.
in
Yeah, that's fair.
the like a jail cell for a night or two till you get to go to like a criminal court. It'd be a minor thing typically.
Yeah, so now what if you beat up an officer?
Well, if you beat up an officer, it's actually a different crime. You understand that slapping a human being in the street and abusing an officer are two different
Okay, so
crimes.
what if you slap an officer unjustly? The
Still,
same way with
still a different crime. You're going to get prosecuted for a different crime.
for slapping an officer?
Yeah. You know, if you
Is it
slap an
more
officer,
severe?
if you slap an officer and you slap someone who's not an officer, you're going to get prosecuted under different crimes.
Is it more severe?
The punishment?
Is the punishment more severe?
I have no idea. They're different crimes. They're obviously going to be slightly different. They're different crimes.
You have no idea.
They're
You have
different
no idea
crimes.
if you.
Well, I'm asking you.
They're
I
different.
mean, you don't have an idea, do you?
Yeah, you will have a more severe punishment, probably more life in,
'Cause it's-
not life in prison, but more. You'll probably go to
'Cause it's-
jail.
Because it's a different crime. You got it.
But you still did the same thing to the citizen and the officer.
It doesn't matter. One is impeding a public servant who is literally paid to protect
Exactly.
the
It's about
people. So
authority
when
and
you
status
impede, it's
behind
not
the
about
person.
authority and status.
Yes,
It's
it
about
is.
what
So
what
if you slap
happens.
the president of the United
Not about
States, is that the
authority
same?
or status. It's about actually delaying the job of the officer. So the job of the officer is to do like service and protecting the people. When you do something to prevent that from happening, you put the public at danger. That's why when you do something against a citizen versus a public servant, there's going to be different crimes applied to you because it's different circumstances. You might even call it different context. Because the reason why we have these people in place is to protect others. If you make it so that they can't protect others, then other people get hurt, in addition to the officer. That's why they're different crimes.
Yeah, and notice how we all explain people and not God.
Oh, I'm sorry. When I sin against God, does it prevent God doing anything down here?
Well, if you're rebelling against God, then you're doing something evil, is what I'm saying.
So does it prevent God from doing what he needs to? Does it hurt his
prevent-
feelings? Does he cry a little bit?
Well, yeah, God has feelings.
So God has feelings,
He's a-
but he
he's
doesn't
a
take
personal
delight.
being.
I love it. He does not take delight in bringing you to ruin, but he does have feelings. But delight's not one of them. Delight
No,
and
he-
regret
he
are not
rejoices in
one of the
God
feelings.
From commitment to justice.
Unfortunately, that's not what it says. Is it just to kill a baby for a crime they didn't commit?
All right, let's read the verse again. Can you pull it up? Because I don't have it.
Sure. It's crazy that the commitment to justice includes literally murdering children and ripping pregnant women open. Just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction.
Yeah, he takes delight in the justification aspect.
In ruin
When
and
something
destruction, it
goes
says.
wrong.
It didn't say justification. Why are you adding to it? Why do you hate God's word?
Delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land. And let's actually read a little bit more before
Sure,
that.
yeah, read as much as you need
But
to.
Not before that. Before it.
Much as you want, buddy. None of it's going to help. Do whatever you think you need to do, bud. It's on the screen if you need it.
Shall command the blessing upon these and the stores, and shall bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth. Oh, he's blessing people. The Lord shall establish thee in a holy people unto himself. He has sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commands of the Lord thy God will. Oh wait, I have it in King James. I hate this verse. Where's NIV? Where is NIV? NIV.
I can read it to you if you need help.
Well, what version are you using?
NRSV updated edition.
Yeah, I'm not using that.
Shame, you should.
All right. Ooh. Okay, and then I lost my curse. Okay. Here we go. So the Lord sent against you curses. Okay, so it says curses for obedience. But if you do not obey the Lord your God, be careful following all his commandments and statutes
Uh-huh.
I am giving you today. All these curses will come and overtake you.
Yeah.
So clearly he's telling you if you do these things, you will get a curse.
Yeah, you do
So
these
these
things, I'll
people
kill your
know.
babies. Yeah.
So these people know. So he says you
Yeah.
will be cursed in the city and
I'm
cursed
aware.
in the country. Your
I'm aware.
baskets and kneading bowl will be cursed. Your
Totally
offspring
aware.
will be cursed, and your lands produce the young of your herds, flocks.
Yeah.
Cursed
I
when you
told you
go
this 5
out.
minutes ago. This chapter is about blessings and cursings for following the
And
law
then
by being obedient or disobedient. We finally get there. We just
yeah,
figured
and
it
if
out
you
now.
disobey God, then God
He'll-
has a justification to take
to
away
kill-
life.
To kill babies.
Take away.
To kill innocent babies.
I don't think you understand. God can't just grab a sword and stab a baby. That's not how God does it. He just takes away the baby's life.
No,
You're
he
trying to
has
say he does it
he
in
has
an
other people
immoral
do
way,
it.
like abortion does.
He has
You're
other
trying to
people
say
do
that
it.
he rips apart the baby
He has-
piece by piece and
he-
tortures it. He doesn't
he-
do that. He just takes away it peacefully and he takes away the life.
He
You're
is
trying to
peaceful,
imply that's what God does, but that's not
but
what he does.
You think it was peaceful when they were dashed to pieces?
Those were humans who were doing it.
And were they instruments of God's justice?
God does use instruments, but not in the sense of what this was. This was justification.
Could God punish them without having an army come and rape their women and kill the babies?
Well, do you understand the things that they were doing?
Yep, sure do.
They were doing covenant unlawful things.
So what?
So what? So do you think if someone murders someone, they shouldn't be justified?
In killing babies? No.
See, but that's not what I'm saying. He's able to take life,
Of
and he
babies.
justified it through that action.
Are babies innocent or no?
Babies are innocent, but they still have the nature of sinning and the potential of sinning. Yes, they do. But they are innocent in the sense that they are in the womb. But all of us, even Christianity says, we're all born in the nature of sin. We all want to rebel against God.
So a baby in the womb is not even born yet. You think that baby's sinful?
Yeah, that's funny of how you say it's a baby. Yeah. What was your claim? It's not even a baby yet.
Do you think a baby in the womb is sinful?
Do I think a baby in the womb is sinful?
It's
innocent.
Sinful. Is it sinful?
It's innocent.
Then why is God punishing it?
That doesn't mean the same thing.
Why is God punishing it?
Because God is the author of life.
Oh, so God does sometimes punish innocent people.
So here's the thing: God is not tempting. God is using Satan as an instrument.
Just waiting for yes or no. Does God punish innocent people?
God's authority does not make him morally guilty.
Just
I don't think
asking,
you understand
does
that.
God punish innocent people?
He punishes justified people.
Does he punish innocent people though?
Not in that sense, no.
What do you mean? In what sense? Were the babies innocent? You just
Not
said
in
they
the
were.
context of what you're talking about, no.
Okay, so the babies are not innocent.
No one's innocent.
Okay,
No
so
one's
babies.
innocent.
Okay, so babies are not innocent. You can't just murder
they were
them.
Cursed. They were cursed.
The babies were cursed for what crime? What crime did they commit?
Idolatry.
The babies committed idolatry.
No, when you commit idolatry and have a baby in the act of that was sinful in God's eyes.
So, why were the babies getting punished? I'm still waiting for an answer on the babies.
Because he's able to take away life, sir.
So just
he has
being
the
able
final
to
authority, but that doesn't mean God is the author of evil.
So, well, he says he's the author of evil
He's
in
able
Isaiah
to
45:7.
give life,
Maybe you should try
able to
reading Isaiah.
take away.
I understand that you read Aquinas, maybe not the Bible, but God says he's the author of evil. In fact, in Amos, he says, does evil befall a city and did not come from the Lord?
Well, where? Isaiah what?
Isaiah chapter 3, I don't know, like verse 6. Or, I'm sorry, I said Isaiah. It's Amos 3. I don't know why I said Isaiah. Isaiah's been on the brain today because I wanted to get there eventually. Let's see. Did I get the right
Amos.
verse? Yep. Amos 3:6. Is a trumpet blown in a city and the people are not afraid? Does disaster befall a city unless the Lord has done it? Also, the word for disaster here is ra in Hebrew. It's the same exact word for evil.
It can
So
mean moral evil, like sin. Yes, that is true.
does
But it can also mean
does
calamity,
God
disaster, judgment,
does,
trouble,
does
or
God bring
destruction.
evil or no?
So in the context, God sins or God does moral evil. No, it's
I
saying when
didn't
judgment falls
say
on a
anything about
city,
moral
God
evil.
is
I don't know
sovereign
why
over
you
it.
keep doing this.
Because you just want your answer. That's your
You
whole
got
trickery
it.
of your question.
I do want an answer to my question. Does God
No, you want
bring
your
evil?
answer. I'm
Does God
giving
bring
you
evil?
a answer, just not your answer.
So God doesn't bring evil then.
No, it means God can bring or permit calamity as judgment.
Okay, so when is evil not evil? Just when God does it.
So it's called judicial calamity. It's where
So
a punishment or judgment, destruction, consequences happen when you rebel against God.
just to be clear, when God does it, it's never evil. God could do anything he wanted to and it would never be evil.
Because it's a justification aspect. He's not just doing
just
it
waiting
out of
for a yes or
spite or
no.
out of arbitrariness.
It is out of
He's
spite,
not
but I
just
just
killing
need
people
a
because
yes
he
or no
feels
actually.
like it.
I just need a yes or no.
Does God what?
So you weren't even listening to my question, did you?
I need to hear it one more time.
Is there anything God could do that would actually be considered evil?
No.
Okay, so if God said, actually, I'm going to have, like, I don't know, lions come in and tear all these babies apart, that would not be evil.
Where does that?
I didn't tell you where it was. I just said, would it be evil?
In that context and how you said it, yes, it would be evil.
It would be evil. Okay, so what if their parents sinned?
Word in that context, like I
But
just said.
what if their parents were sinners?
What if?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna still need more context behind it.
What if their parents were sinners? They broke the covenant of God. Would it be justified to send lions and animals to tear their babies apart?
I would say, yeah.
Oh. Have you read Leviticus 26?
Let's read it.
Yeah. You want verse 22 specifically?
It says, "I will not let loose I will let loose wild animals against you, and they shall be you of your children, and destroy your livestock. They shall make you few in number, and your road shall be." So yeah, so this is a meaning and context. This is a covenant blessing and curses. If you obey God, blessing follows. If you rebel, judgment follows. So I feel like this still goes into he's justifying it.
But you just said it was evil. You said it wouldn't be good. And now you're saying it would? It's like you're changing your mind. Every time you see God do something, all of a sudden now it's good even though it was evil before.
Well, these are covenant laws that they're breaking.
I said covenant. I said if they broke
Laws
the
were
covenant.
sacred back in Israelite times. These weren't just a thing of where you could just do and be left off or have a prison. They didn't
weird.
have
I asked you
prisons
about
back
that.
then.
Yes, they did. That's a lie. They had
Well,
prisons.
not a lot.
You never bothered to read Genesis when Joseph was in prison?
Yeah, but it wasn't like a prison like we
never,
have it.
And so what? Does it have to be like our prison? That's a nonsense bar to set. They had guards. They had prisons. They had ways to lock you up. They had ways to detain you. Fuck. In Numbers chapter 15, Moses put some guy under watch. It's not hard. So we'll try this again. You said if they broke a covenant and they were disobedient, it still would not be right to have wild animals tear their babies apart. Then I showed you a passage where that happens, and you're like, actually, now it's justified to tear babies apart with wild animals.
So you're adding upon tearing babies apart. It never says anything. It just says they would let the animals bereave.
Do you know what bereave means?
And destroy your livestock.
Do you know what that means?
I don't know what bereave means. No. What does it mean? I don't. I actually do not know.
It's when someone dies.
Okay.
To be bereft of your children means that your children have passed. They're gone. They're dead.
Okay, so how did you get ripping children apart
Wild animals. I will let loose wild animals against you, and they shall bereave you of your children.
Yeah, kill.
Which is what? Yeah, the wild animals are killing the children.
Yeah,
You
they're
think
killing, but they're not.
they're playing patty cake with them?
No, but
Well,
yeah, they killed them. But
you
like
think
I said,
they were
this is
cuddling with them?
this is a judgment.
How do you think they
It's
killed
not
them?
just where he just said it out of.
What method do you think was used to kill the children?
It was a judicial judgment. It was
What
punishing
method?
evil.
What method did the animals use to
If
kill the
God
children?
didn't punish them, they would keep on doing what they were doing.
Yeah, but
so
but
he
again,
had to show
what method?
the server the
What
weight
method?
or the degree behind what they were doing wrong.
Waiting
And it
for a
was the
method.
mirror of what they
What
did
method?
wrong, which was literally them killing.
What method are the animals using to kill the children?
What method? What do you mean? What are you saying? Like they did a mathematical equation?
No. What tools do animals have in their toolbox to accomplish this task?
Yeah, they had jaws and they ate them.
Oh, they tore them apart?
No, they ate them.
Whole in one bite, or did they tear them apart?
Well, I mean, they're babies. I wouldn't say it's that hard.
You think wild animals just swallowed babies whole?
They kill their own cubs.
Do you think they swallow them whole like snakes?
If they're deficient.
Do you think like hyenas, like jaws are unhinging and they're just gulping down the baby?
Well, I feel like you just keep on trying to say that he's just doing this arbitrarily.
I didn't say that at all. I have no idea what you keep
Yeah,
saying. I
he's-
said that. That's
he's
not what I said at all.
justifying it.
I didn't say anything about
justified.
that. Didn't say anything about that. I asked you whether or not it would ever be okay for
So
this
he's
to happen.
justified.
And you said no. Now I showed you it happening. You're like, actually, it is. It's good. It's good when God sends wild animals to rip babies apart. Pretty crazy.
Well, in the
Somebody
context
needs
of
to
how
like
you
go
were
check
saying
this guy's
it
basement.
sounded evil.
It is evil because anyone sending
I mean, you're
wild
just trying to
animals
do
to tear
entrapments of questions. and they
innocent
just won't
babies.
work.
It's not. It actually has worked. You've made an utter fool of yourself for the last 44 minutes. 46
Okay.
minutes now.
I mean, that's your opinion. That's whatever.
It's not just my opinion. I can promise you that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like we just got way off of topic because I literally was trying to talk about the contingent argument, but I mean, we got into the God
I know.
of my book.
That's
feel
good.
like
It says
you're
your God is
you're
imaginary. I know. If your argument contradicts your God, I'm going to bring it up. Your God changes his mind. Your God learns
He
things.
doesn't change his mind. He is
Exodus-
judging what is going on in his.
Now
creation.
that's just a lie. Come on. Your
You're
mom's
trying
going
to
to wash your
say
mouth
that
out
his-
with soap if you keep lying like this. It literally says in Exodus
not.
32:14, the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. That's a change of mind.
Like I just
Come
said,
on.
that's a narrative type of language. He's
Well, then
not
what's it mean?
literally changing his mind.
Then
it's
what's it mean?
mirroring his grieving of human
That-
evil.
It's not. Do you even know what this chapter is about? I bet you don't. Why are you lying?
It's God's sorrow.
Happen
it's
for
using
Christ.
human type language
Happened for Christ over
to
here.
distinguish his
Sure.
personality.
Yeah, what do you think is
They're
happening in this
making him a
chapter? Do you
being,
know
a
the
person.
context? Do you know the context here?
Of what? Of what?
You don't even know the
Sorry.
context. You're telling me what it means. You don't even know the context in Exodus 32.
Exodus 32.
The underconfidence of a
What
young Christian
verse?
who's never read the Bible is wild. Exodus 32, starting in verse 10.
So it says, "Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I may consume them, in order that I make a great nation of you."
Yeah, why
So
was
if
he
we
doing
understand
that?
the
Do you know the context?
So you want me to talk about the context?
Do you know it? You can say you don't
Yeah.
know it if you don't know it.
So
Hold on,
Israel just made a
what-
golden calf while
There you go, you
Moses
got
was
it.
on the Mount Sinai,
Yep,
and they were worshiping that golden calf.
sure did.
While they were just saved by God
Mhm.
because of slavery,
I'm aware.
they were taken out of slavery
Well, you
because
know,
of what Pharaoh was doing,
we all know the
and
story.
yet they literally
Yep.
literally made a golden calf and worshipped it in front
Yeah, it
of
was-
Moses when he was on
It
the
was
mountain.
terrible. Well, he wasn't in front of Moses. Moses was
a
gone for 40 days on the
massive
mountain.
covenant betrayal.
Okay, so you
Because
didn't
it
read the
clearly
story yet.
states, "Thou
They
shalt
didn't-
not
They didn't make a
worship
covenant yet.
any other god
They didn't make a
except
covenant yet.
Yahweh."
They didn't have that yet. Whatever. Okay, so they didn't have those yet. He was on the mountain getting those tablets. Remember?
But they saw
You obvi-
God's
okay,
sovereignty.
so
They saw the
okay, so
flaming
there,
of
so
the
it wasn't
tornado.
a, so it wasn't a covenant anything. They didn't have the
Flaming
covenant.
tornado.
Let's try to pay attention. So they do the unthinkable. They make an idol while Moses is away
It's a
for
judicial
roughly
anger,
40
sir.
days. I'm sure it
You're just
is.
trying to say that God just
I'm sure it
arbitrarily
is. So
kills
God
people.
says,
Like,
after
it's
their
just not true.
disobedience, let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and may consume them, and out of you I'll make a great nation. So God is mad, and he says, hey, Moses, step aside. I'm going to do what? What's he going to do?
So these are all descriptive type stories that are
waiting.
talking about sin within it.
What's
God
he
is
gonna
not
do?
affirming these things for us to do.
I didn't say
He is
that. I don't know
justifying
why
things
you keep trying to
in
get
his
ahead
own
of my...
nature.
That's not my argument, Tyler. Just pay attention to what I'm saying and stop trying to guess where I'm going. I promise you, I'm not using talking points that you've heard other atheists use. I'm better than them. That's why you're here right now. Do you understand? I have original talking points. I'm not parroting any bullshit you read on a forum. So I need you to pay attention. Right now, verse 10, God said he's going to do what?
He'll burn a hot against them, and I may consume them in order that I may make a great nation of you.
Now, what's that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm guessing he would burn them alive.
Why would he do that?
Because of his rage.
Okay, does he mean these words or not?
Does he mean these words?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay.
Well,
Okay,
actually,
so
wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Read a little bit. Wait a minute.
It's gonna click. You're getting close.
No, I remember what it said. Hold on.
Does he intend
But Moses
to wipe them
replies,
out?
"It's not the sound of victory." Hold on. But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God. God, why does your anger burn against your people you brought out of the Lord of Egypt? Why should the Egypts say, he brought them out with an evil intent to kill them in the mountains, then turn from fierce anger concerning this disaster? Remember your servant Abraham, blah, blah, blah. So the Lord reluctantly concerning the disaster he had said he would bring on his people. Then Moses turned, went down the mountain, the 2 tablets, the testimony, they were inscribed on both sides, inscribed front and back. The tablets were work of God in the writings.
You got it.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
God
no.
says, get
Yeah, God
aside,
doesn't do
Moses.
it.
I'm going to wipe them out. He didn't intend to wipe them out, did he?
No, he had mercy. He was going to, but he didn't. He
so
found mercy.
So he changed his mind?
No, he didn't change his mind.
What if he didn't intend to do it? That means he lied. If he did intend to do
My
it,
bad.
that means he changed his mind.
I misread the verse. That's my bad. I'll admit
Okay,
that. But
so
in
did
this
he lie or
context
did
of
he
what we
change
have
his
to
mind?
understand, he used his essence of mercy.
Did he say something true?
He is eternal, sir. He cannot change.
Did he say something true in verse 10?
In the sense of what he could do.
But does he say I could do it, or does he say I will do it? I will.
Wait, what? And where? Where does it say that? Verse what?
Verse 10, leave me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them, and of you I will make a great nation. This is something he says he's going to do.
Hold on. Oh, like I just said, these are literal characteristic terms of a human thing.
I'm sure it is. Is he going to do this, yes or no?
It's not literally him saying I will, as in he's changing. He
Okay,
says,
so
let
I
me
will?
alone.
What does I will mean?
So in a human perspective, like I just said, yes, it looks like God relents. But the problem is, God does not change his eternal plan.
This is adorable, Cope. I need you to address the actual text.
In response to this intercession.
You told me God said that he was going to wipe them out, and now you're changing your mind. Was God going to wipe them out or not?
What I just read was just that verse. Like I said, we have to read it in context, or you just pick the verse and say,
I actually know the context and you don't. I actually know the context and you don't, which is why you're making a fool of yourself.
You're intellectually
So the context
dishonest.
is actually really
let's read
simple
it in
right here.
context, and every single time you have given me one verse,
I've given you
and then just say by that verse alone.
I'm giving
what
you the
does it say?
context. I already told you the context before we read it. You weren't listening. So
No,
this is
you
very
weren't.
simple. They were
I told the
disobedient.
context.
You didn't. You tried. You got some of it. They were disobedient, and God said, Moses, move aside, because I'm going to wipe them out and make a great nation out of you. And then, does he do that or does he not do that?
No, he doesn't do that.
So that means he either changed his mind or he said something that's untrue. That's what that means.
No, because not in God's eternal perspective. God
If
did
there-
not learn new information or become
Well, then he
less
lied.
wise.
Then he lied.
No. He
did
already
he-
knew Moses would intercede and already
Well-
intend to show mercy.
Well, then
through
he
that
shouldn't have
intercession.
said this. If he already knew it was going to happen, he shouldn't have said it's
He
going to
was
happen.
showing what Israel deserved under justice.
Unfortunately,
he, was
he
trying to
didn't
say
say
what
that's
they
what they
did
deserved.
horribly wrong
So
is
he
what
said
they should have
something's untrue
deserved.
then. So it's just not
He
true
was
when he said
mirroring
it.
the justice of what he, because let's say this,
Mhm.
let's say they did see the worshiping and adultery and the idol
Mhm.
worshiping,
Sure,
and God all of a sudden said, "Oh, that's okay. I'm
Yeah,
still
well-
gonna
well-
love you." Does
yeah,
that
well,
seem
what-
a just
well,
full
what-
God?
Yeah. Well, what about the babies too, right? Because the babies are going to
Yeah.
die.
Yeah. Okay. So you just okay. Like what? It's funny of how you just don't answer my question and then you
I
just
did.
completely move on to another thing. Yeah.
I
and
said,
you
yeah,
said
were you-
yes. So
Yeah.
you agreed to
you
my
got it.
statement. You basically said
I gave you the answer
it's
to your
unjust.
question. Yeah.
It's unjust.
Yeah.
So that makes it aware. It's a justful thing for him
I
to
said
say of what the
unjust.
Israelites deserved.
I said unjust. It's not just.
It says without intercession, there was judgment. With intercession, mercy.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it was
saying-
dependent upon Moses's will to intercede what
So
God said. 'Cause
God
he said,
needs
"Leave
God
me
needs
alone."
Moses to intercede before he
Or
can
let
do
me
mercy.
alone. No, it's just saying if someone would request or prayer,
That's crazy that you can't be
a
honest with the
sufficient
passage.
reason, if they gave them a sufficient reason, then he could intercede with mercy.
Without lies, Christianity dies, y'all. You're watching it right here.
This is why we
This is
say prayer.
embarrassing.
This is why we pray, because we can talk to God.
Prayer
It's
is
a
changing God's
relationship.
prayer is changing God's mind, which means
It's not
he's
changing God's
obviously
mind.
he's obviously
It's not.
changing. Okay, why
It shows that we
why
have a
why pray if
relationship
God's
with
going to
God.
do it already? Jesus literally said to pray for your daily bread. Was God going to give you your daily bread or not?
See, that's of where you're just trying to say, just because something
He won't
doesn't
answer it.
happen through prayer.
Will he give
doesn't
you your
mean
daily
God is still
bread
not
with or
there.
without prayer?
Have you read the book of Job?
Will he give you your daily
Have
bread
you
with
read
or
the
without
book of
prayer?
Job?
Answer the question.
What is your question?
Will God give you your daily bread if you don't pray?
God, we would always have food.
Oh, interesting. Then why does he tell you to pray for
God
food?
will always provide. It says that in
Why-
the verse. God will
why
always
does
provide.
Well, he actually says there will always be poor among us. Why did he tell you to pray for your daily bread?
Yeah, because evil.
What does evil have to do
Well,
that?
why does
Why
he
did
tell
God
us?
tell
For a
you to pray
relationship
for
with
your daily
God.
bread? For your
For a
daily bread.
relationship with God.
For your daily bread. Try to track.
Yeah, because it's trying to show that we hunger and that we need food.
Oh, so he wants us to ask for food even though we don't need to.
It's a way of showing that we acknowledge God's existence.
By
It's a way
asking
of
for the
showing that
thing that he's
prayer-
already going to give to us.
I'm sorry, I don't. What?
By asking for the thing that he's going to give to us anyways. Why not just say be thankful for your daily bread that God will give to you?
Why be thankful? We do be thankful when God does give us food.
Do you understand that asking for food and being thankful for food are different? You know the difference?
Well, if I ask for food and then I gain
Uh-huh.
food, did God? Would you
You're
say
not
that?
tracking,
Would you say
buddy.
God gave food?
Didn't even hear what you said. You're not tracking. Is there a difference between asking for food and thanking somebody for food?
Yeah, I can ask for food, but it's God's will to intercede or intercess.
Is there a reason to ask for food if
Just
it's going to
because
come to
God
you
doesn't
anyways?
give us it doesn't prove God's existence.
Is there a reason to
It's a
ask
way
for
through
bread if
prayer.
you're going to get it anyways?
I'm sorry you cut out.
Is there a good reason to ask for bread if you're going to get it anyways, even if you don't pray?
Yeah, I would say so.
What's
It's a
the reason?
I don't think you understand. We're not just praying to get bread. There's other reasons why we pray.
I'm
don't just
asking
pray to
specifically about
have
the bread,
bread.
though, so try to focus.
See, that's
Why
the thing.
ask?
You're just
Why
taking it-
why
you're
command
doing
people to
exactly
ask
with the
for
person. You're
bread
just
when
taking
they
one
could?
thing
Jesus could
and
have just said,
completely
"Hey,
taking it out of
this is how
context.
you should pray. thank you for my daily bread. That's what he should have said. If you were going to get your daily bread without prayer, he should have said, thank God for your daily bread, not ask for your daily bread.
So we have to understand, though, the model prayer isn't exactly word for word what we should be doing, and even
It's
Christians would
not.
say this.
You shouldn't pray like that.
Not word for word. It's a replica, or what we should use as a sort of what's the word? Like an instruction book
Oh, sure.
or criteria of how we should pray.
So
but
then
it's not exactly how we need to pray.
Okay, so you shouldn't ask God for anything.
You can.
Why would you? He's going to give it to you already.
I think that's the whole premise, asking for your daily bread.
Why ask God for anything? Why ask God for anything?
Well, because like I said, God, if it's sufficient enough, God will do it. I asked God to show his existence, and he gave me
you just said it. If it's sufficient, if your prayer is sufficient, God will do it. That means you've changed God's mind. He wasn't going to do it. He wasn't going to do it until your prayer was sufficient, which is why James says the prayer of a righteous man availeth much. See, a righteous man praying can actually accomplish God changing his mind. The same way Moses was able to change God's mind. This is what happens when you poison your mind with goofballs like Thomas Aquinas, rather than reading this book. Stop reading Aquinas. Aquinas has not done a single thing for Christianity other than confuse young people like you.
I don't
read this book, put down the dumb philosophy, put William Lane Craig away, and actually learn what's actually in this book. The contingency argument is meaningless. There's an infinite chain of causes going all the way back to infinity. There's no such thing as a beginning. There's no such thing as nothing. Then demonstrate that there was ever a first moment. Demonstrate that there's a
thing cannot explain another contingent thing.
Demonstrate that there's a first moment.
Demonstrate that there's a first moment? Yeah, I can't demonstrate that because we don't have the technology.
Why would I believe it?
Yet.
Then why would I believe it?
Because we can date the age of the universe. Therefore, it means at some point, if we go backwards enough, time would cease to exist.
Wrong. That assumes that time is emergent, not fundamental. You don't know that.
Well, we can't go outside of time, sir. That'll literally be going out of our reality.
And neither can God, because nothing can be outside of time. Time is a thing that allows things to actually happen and have causal power. A God outside of time has zero causal power.
Time is also dependent.
Only if you believe in emergent time.
Only if you believe the universe is contingent, and without the universe, time will cease to exist.
You have failed to demonstrate that the universe is contingent.
I did in the very first. It's changing. It could be different. Laws and constants could have been different.
So what?
Many physicists will say this.
We don't know that.
And it's permissible to say the universe is contingent.
We have no idea that the universe could not exist.
Okay, well then you're going to have to debate scientists on that, because clearly they would say otherwise.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
Want me to show you a survey?
Sure.
You haven't talked to a scientist about this, have you?
Not face to face, no.
The amount of dumb things you've said without having looked anything up is preposterous. This is wild. I don't know why I'm surprised. But here we are yet again. All right, let me just bring you the survey. 1 second. I've got it saved, a link right here. It's going to be in the resources tab. For anyone with the deconstruction cheat sheet, follow along, go to the resources tab. We're going to go to survey here, and it should be the one, I forget which university did this. Not the Copenhagen survey. It's going to be not the philosophy survey. It should be under the physics section. All right, physics. Let's see what we got here. Study on entrepreneur Copenhagen Big Crunch. What the fuck did I name that survey when I saved it up? It's fine. I've got a screenshot of it. If I can't actually find the original document, it's not a big deal. But I actually thought I saved the link to it. So give me half a second. Oh, maybe I didn't. Fuck. Maybe I thought I saved the link. All right, not a problem. Actually, I do have...
So we can clarify. So there is no scientific consensus that the universe is necessary, but many scientists accept cosmological models where the universe could have been different.
Crazy.
And many philosophers argue
that you're not
this supports
tracking
the
right
universe.
now.
being contingent rather than necessary.
That's adorable that you're not paying attention at all.
And not only that, Stanford of Encyclopedia of Philosophy clearly states the cosmological argument is not as good, but the contingent argument is still debated. It's considered one of the biggest
whether it's
arguments
debated is
behind
irrelevant.
God's existence.
Well, it's not a good one.
Well,
I could grant you almost all of the premises, and it still would not. It still wouldn't come anything close to a God. So, nothing in your syllogism.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
Nothing. No, it's true. I can demonstrate it. It's not my opinion. It's just true.
Well, I actually do wonder, how can you prove to me God does not exist?
It's easy, and if you pivot again, or after you let me cook you on this, I'm happy to let you pivot again, and then I'll cook you on the thing that I already told you that you weren't listening to. Fuck, I wish Ems was here. Ems was one who knew where that study was posted, but it's not a big deal. I've got the screenshot of it right here. I'll have to look for that later and make sure that it's actually on my cheat sheet. It's a shame I couldn't remember where it was. All right, survey. There we go. I'm going to open this in my browser real quick. There we go. And then I'm going to show it on the screen so you can see it. There you go. This is a recent survey. The question is, in your opinion, I'm going to show you the paper. It says, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? And the options are... I
never said the Big Bang. I said the universe.
I'm talking about the Big Bang. You said that the universe didn't exist prior to the Big Bang. You can rewind the clock, and there would be nothing before it. So
yeah,
you want to see what
I don't know much.
You want to see what scientists actually say?
I mean, of course, there's going to be fluctuations and differences in agreements, but there's still an 50. Well, maybe not 50-50, but in a sense, there's going to be difference in people's agreements and disagreements.
Do you want me to read you the survey or no?
Sure.
Okay. The possible answers are an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start, or an absolute beginning of time without a singularity. The most popular is a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether or not there was an absolute beginning of time or not. And then the other option is other or no opinion. Guess which one got the
which is basically saying there's a plausible explanation to it.
Which one got more votes?
Absolute beginning.
Which got more votes?
It's saying whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not.
Which got more votes?
Yeah, the third one.
And it says that the Big Bang is a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether or not there was an absolute beginning of time or not, which means your argument about rewinding the clock until there was no time doesn't actually work because you based it on science, like said, and science just happens to disagree with you.
And always will be.
I'm sure
I never
you do.
said that there was nothing. I believe that there was God, and God brought life in the universe to existence.
That's adorable that you believe that, but you can't demonstrate it.
I did by the contingency argument, but okay.
You certainly didn't.
You're just refuting it. You're just being a 3-year-old and saying, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work for the reasons I listed.
Yep. That's a plausible argument, I guess, guys. That's how we argue, I guess. We just say, no.
The contingency argument fails on multiple occasions. I've given you the two that are the most obvious. One is that you're committing a composition fallacy. One, you're committing a composition fallacy saying that a set of all things being that everything in it is contingent means that the set must be contingent, but that's a composition fallacy. The other problem you have is even if it wasn't a composition fallacy, there's no problem with an infinite regress. That's the problem with all of Aquinas's 5 ways. Like almost all of his 5 ways depends on me not challenging the idea of an infinite regress and just hoping that the opposition won't challenge it. But there's not a single reason, not one reason to believe that an infinite regress is a problem unless you have one. And I know you don't. You might think you do. I know you don't because I've done the contingency argument 100 fucking times. I know you think it's a good argument. I've done this. I've debated this argument way more than you've ever given it.
So the fallacy of composition, the argument is not merely saying parts are contingent, therefore the whole is contingent. The universe itself appears contingent because there is no contradiction in it falling to exist or being different. The universe depends on specific laws, constants, matter, energy, and arrangements that do not seem necessary.
Can it fail to
Therefore,
exist?
the universe contingency is argued
Can it fail to exist?
directly, not merely from its parts.
Can it fail to exist?
Yes,
Oh, why? How do we know that?
because it depends on specific laws, constants, matters, or energy.
It
If these
depends on
things were
that.
different-
How?
Because if they were different, the universe will collapse on
It
itself.
would still exist.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it would.
If
Where would it
we take
go?
out, if we would take out some of the constants, matter or
Where-
energy,
Yeah, where'd they
the
go?
universe will cease to exist.
Why? Where
would
would all the energy
collapse.
go? Where would the energy
Because,
go?
and same thing with the fine tuning argument.
Where would all the energy and fields go? Where would they go?
I'm saying if we take them out,
Yeah, obviously, if you remove it, it wouldn't exist. I'm asking, where would the energy,
yeah.
the fields, and the matter go?
what do you mean go? God
If the
created
constants
them. Is what I'm
of the universe changed, why does that mean the universe doesn't exist? If I change my fucking banana bread recipe, I might not have banana bread, but everything in that fucking recipe is still going to be there. Also, fucking W banana bread, by the
You
way.
just realized your analogy just proved my point. You just said obviously you're not going to have banana bread.
I know
So
you're going to
then if
have.
we change the,
You're
if
still
we
going to
change the
have a fucking
constants, we're obviously
tin
not going to have
with
the
with
universe.
items in it.
Like,
Yes,
that's
it's still
just your
going to be.
analogy of what you
It's
just
still
said.
going to be a universe. I'm sorry. Is a
No,
failed
that's not
banana?
what your
Is a
analogy
failed
said.
banana
You
bread
said if
still
I
a banana
change the
bread?
ingredients of
Hey
my
Tyler.
banana bread,
Hey,
obviously
hey,
it's
pay
not gonna
attention
be
for
a
a second.
banana
Hey,
bread.
hey, baby,
So then
baby.
you
Look,
just
look at the keys,
clearly-
baby. Look at the keys, baby. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Pay attention. So if I make
That's
a bad
cute.
banana
So-
bread recipe, it still exists.
But notice how you said banana bread recipe, so it still
Yeah.
has the ingredients to make banana bread. But if
Listen,
you completely
I could put
change them,
anything I want in
it's
there.
not going to be a banana bread. That's what I'm
It
saying.
will still exist. It just won't be banana bread.
I'm not saying the parts are contingent, therefore the whole is contingent. I'm saying the universe itself has contingent features and does
what?
not seem logically necessary.
Why not? Why is it not logically necessary?
Because I just stated it. The universe depends on specific laws, constants, matter,
No, they
and
don't.
energy.
They do not
Yes,
depend
they
on any of
do.
these laws. No, they don't. The laws are descriptive, not prescriptive. These laws could be any different than what they are, and doesn't mean the universe wouldn't exist. It would mean the universe would look different, maybe, but it doesn't mean the universe wouldn't exist. It is embarrassing. Listen, you've been up here over an hour. I've had a good time cooking you, but I got to get to the other guests. Come back next time, all right?
All right. God bless.
Cheers. Man, it's always a Philbro thing. Always. It is always a Philbro thing. The amount of unearned confidence and ignorance all in one package is I don't even know what to write down for this guy. I guess I'll go just write down contingency argument to start with. Let's see. Boom. All right. Well, that was a good time. Sorry I stretched that one out. I was trying not to do like super long conversations during these short streams, but listen, that guy was too much fun. That guy was too much fun. I had to toy with him. I had to do it. Many apologies. Steve Harvey Oswald, good to see you. Said, have you heard the claim that in Sodom they were hostile to foreigners and didn't want sex? Also, have you seen Bible history by the Professor Brothers? I don't know the Professor Brothers, so I don't know the show. But the claim comes from Ezekiel, right? That the reason why God destroyed them is because of inhospitality. But to me, it's an oversimplification. I don't think the only reason they were destroyed was because of inhospitality. I think that was just Ezekiel's take on it. Ezekiel gives a take on a bunch of stuff from the Torah that is goofy. Like he thinks in Exodus that God demanded offering your children to be sacrificed. So like that's just Ezekiel's take on it. It's pretty clear from the passage that part of the derangement of the people is that they were having, dude on dude and dude on angel, stuff. Mickery says, hey, Justin, will the book also be available as an ebook? I'd love that. Well, Mick, I doubt it because the formatting is going to be a nightmare. I might be able to do an ebook, but the way the book is laid out, got charts and all kinds of stuff. I don't know if I'll be able to do a good ebook. I might be able to do an ebook in PDF form, just not in Kindle. the Kindle version probably wouldn't work. I'd spend a lifetime formatting it for Kindle. I apologize. Kindle formatting's a nightmare. And 800 Dragos says, can the conclusion be drawn that if Christians desire the second coming, then they also want the death of billions and destruction of civilizations? Yeah, that's it. In fact, remember when Michelle Bachmann was running for office? That was a popular talking point. It was like, because she wants the rapture to happen and all that bullshit. But Michelle Bachmann, I mean, if that's what you want, you're asking God to come and murder everybody. It's the craziest shit. Also, Game Guy says, Tyler, the book of Job is what made me start noticing how evil your God is. It's not the slam dunk you think it is. I know. I will never understand why Christians think that Job is a good book to turn to. I don't get it. It's horrific. It's like one of the worst things in the Bible. Rough. Not a robot, I swear. Good to see your friend. Says, if Tyler says it's the justification aspect one more time, I'm going to have an aneurysm. Also, you said God said, oh my gosh, not oh my me. Oh, you got me. You got me. He should say, oh my me. He does talk about himself in the third person a few times, though. I have to document that somewhere. Anyways, I'm going to read, I just got a couple more super chats. I mean, I got a bunch. We'll read at the end of the stream. But I really want to get another guest in here before we lose our guest. Heathen Reason says, Tyler is hellbent on putting the con in context. You nailed it. If you hear a Christian screaming context, the one thing you know is that they don't know the context. And my KB Kemamorsaika, thank you for Micah Bika. Oh, you helped me out. Micah Bika Motor. Okay, motorcycle. Okay. Guest said, not everybody knows how to do everything. Context isn't the only thing. That's true. I will say this though: that guest didn't know how to do anything. That guest is not a man. You know, actually, he's probably a child. That guest is not a person who has spent time in this book for sure. Cain says, every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate. Nice jingle. That was phenomenal. Damn. Yeah, claps for that. And Shirley Temple Black, good to see you, says, I love you. You're non-lisp. And especially the Rock of Ages. Doug, great barbecue on Friday. Thanks as always. Well, thank you, Shirley Temple. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And enjoy this beautiful Friday. We got a good one up here in the Midwest. An absurd ichthyosis says you should ask guests if they can answer yes or no questions before they come up. I've been asked to do that quite a few times, and I haven't got around to it. I'm thinking about it. We'll see what happens. But the thing I am going to do is get our next guest up in here. I said it was going to be Robin. Robin left, so we can't get Robin. We've got a couple new people in the queue, and I don't know who was next in line. We had somebody that was in line, and they left. It looks like maybe Omen was next, or possibly Penguin was next, because I think my queue on YouTube got jumbled. But then we'll grab Penguin, because Penguin's actually ready. He's got a microphone and headphones on. And then after that, we're going to grab Ion Petrus, I think, from the TikTok queue, and hopefully we'll get some conversation going here. So, welcome, Penguin.
Thank you. Good to be here. Honor.
Sure thing. Penguin, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
I do indeed.
Sure. And any particular God?
Yes, I do.
Sure. Which one?
Well, you'll probably suss it out pretty quick.
Christian?
Christian. Well, I would say so.
Sure. So what do you think is a good reason to believe in Christianity?
I think the only reason one really could offer is personal experience. If you've personally experienced an interaction with the divine, then it's hard to deny that the divine exists.
Well, for you, maybe not for me. I've got a friend who experienced the divine on many occasions, and he learned that it was psychosis, and now he takes medication, and he never experiences the divine.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he gets better.
He's good now.
And that's the thing with it is it can only be an evidence to you. It can never be an evidence to anybody else.
You got
Millions
it.
of people can have Millions of people can have their individual experiences with deity and become convinced of deity, but that's not going to convince anybody else.
You nailed it. That's why it's God's problem that people don't follow him. He could give everybody the experience, but he doesn't.
Well, maybe, maybe not. The question is, are people actually interested in having that experience?
Yeah. Why wouldn't they?
Well, I don't know. Why wouldn't they?
Well,
Indeed.
I think people are generally interested in knowing what's true.
Hmm?
I've never met someone that
But are
said
they?
that if God
But are
appeared to
they? Are
them, they
they?
would just refuse to believe in God.
Well, we can look at certain events that have occurred, and we can ask ourselves, like, if God appeared to a man in the road, let's say on the way to Emmaus, and struck him down and made him feel lots of bad things, and from that he repented. But how many other men put in that same position, if you struck him down, would have said, "No, I'm not interested"?
I'm not sure striking a person down is the best way to prove you exist.
Well, I mean, any pick a thing. Like, if God
He could just
appears in
show
the
up and do a
sky and
miracle.
says, "I'm God," everybody who sees me now has to believe in me. How many people are going to actually believe it, and how many people aren't?
Most people would.
You really
Most people
think
would
so?
believe it. Yeah.
Because we can look at, like, the Zaytun miracle that happened in Egypt. There was hundreds of thousands of witnesses to that, and how many people became Catholic?
I have no idea.
There were there were some,
Probably because it wasn't a real
there were
experience.
some, sure, but not all of them.
No, probably because it wasn't a real experience. It's just a gloopy glowing thing over a church. Not convincing.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Maybe if God showed up and cleared out the entire St. Jude's Hospital and cured all the children of their bone cancer, maybe some people would believe. I think that'd be way better than doing a weird ecstatic vision over a church.
I tend to agree.
Yeah, it seems like God's
But
not really
if
good at
people,
convincing
but if
people
people can doubt one, they're going to doubt the other one.
to a much smaller degree, I would imagine.
Like, the way the Bible just records it, I mean, Jesus was even healing people right in front of them, and they were still saying, "No, that was the work of the devil."
Only the Pharisees, and that's why it's the unforgivable sin, because they saw the Holy Spirit do all the magic, and they said, "No, that's Beelzebub." But that's a storybook. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about storybooks. I'm talking about real life.
So my point is just, it doesn't matter how many works or signs are offered. Nobody's required to believe them,
I'm
and
saying that
most people wouldn't even be prepared to believe it, even if they did.
I think they would. All's God has to do is explain it. Not hard. If God,
Well, that's just your opinion,
hey,
right?
put a one in the comments if God literally showed up to you and explained it and gave you some sort of miracle proof, if you would believe. I'm not saying you'd follow him. I'm just saying you'd believe. I don't think it's a difficult one. I think a lot of people are going to put ones in the comments here. Yeah, here comes a flood of ones.
I think a lot of people can think that that's what they really want, when I don't think they really do.
So now you're just a
And
mind
maybe that's
reader.
just me. Maybe that's just my supposition, and I'm happy to entertain that.
Mhm. So if personal experience is the only reason to believe in this God, then it seems like there's not a good reason to believe. We got personal experiences in Islam and Hinduism, Jainism,
Fair
all the
enough.
religions have these experiences. I don't find them
Hmm.
to be compelling. If you need an experience to believe in God, God should be giving everybody the experience. He doesn't. It seems like experiences are people's way of interpreting the reality around them. And sometimes they interpret it using a religious framework, and sometimes they don't. And that's why religious experiences have a large variety of manifestations. But like you said, they'll never be proof to me. They'll only ever be proof to you. So if that's all you have is personal experience, I'm not sure there's much room for us to move here.
Well, right. And that's really the impasse that we always end up in these discussions, and it's the only impasse we'll ever get to. All the rest is just details.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for being kind, and take care of yourself.
You too.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he was honest. He's honest. Okay. Omen actually is ready as well. I'll get Omen, and then Ion. We should have time for both of them, and we'll get the thing rolling here. Welcome in, Omen. Are you at least 18?
I'm definitely 18. Yeah.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Honestly, I'm not sure. And I I heard you saying earlier that you sometimes help people with existential crises,
Hmm.
and I'm having a bit of an existential crisis. Actually, would appreciate your help and
Sure.
genuinely
Yeah. What's
appreciate your
up?
help. So I've gone backwards and forwards on um trying to understand truth. I did a little bit of philosophy at university, not a lot, but like enough. I know the Aquinas arguments and
Hmm.
those types of things. By the way, it was very interesting listening to that guy who's clearly like just starting at the bottom of his pursuit of knowledge, but it was a good interaction, and I appreciated the way that you handled it. So I've, the Christopher Hitchens stuff, Dawkins, Sam Harris, the Matt Dillahunty, all of the guys, I've really watched the stuff. I've tried to understand it. I think my brain is not very good at being able to recall things in great detail and act quickly, like you obviously gifted at doing. You've got a remarkable ability to recall things. You don't get flustered by people. You don't get frustrated. I, on the other hand, do. So on the um, the Christian side, there's some guys that are just absolute jokes. Like William
Yeah.
Lane Craig. He's not as bad as some of the others. There's another guy. Oh man, what's his name? Kent Hovind. I don't know
Oh,
if you know him.
he's a clown. Yeah.
He's great. Yeah, I mean he's amazing, amazing. Like just amazing. The way he talks, he's just interesting to watch.
Yeah.
Sometimes hard to decipher his arguments because, like you say, he is a clown. He like, does that whack at atheist. It's quite ridiculous. And then anyway, I can go on and on. Suffice to say, I've listened to a lot of stuff. It's hard to retain it in my head. And then I stumbled upon a chap like yourself, but he's on the other side of the coin, and he's called Big John Steele, and
Yeah.
he
I know
has
Big John.
this thing. You know Big John. Have you
Hmm.
ever debated him?
I tried to set up a debate with him a while ago, probably a year ago now,
Yeah.
on slavery, and he wasn't too interested. But that's the only time. I would say this: John and I have only interacted maybe once or twice. It's been cordial. I don't watch him, so I don't know much about him. My experience is that he seems like a pretty normal person, but I think he does a lot of
Yeah.
like really weird philosophical arguments.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I called in and with the same sort of approach that I'm talking to you with, and he started. I mean, he's a cage fighter, right? So he likes to put people in locks and follow the rules, and he's like, no,
Hmm.
banned or muted, and it's difficult to have a conversation when sometimes one gets a bit frustrated and riled up. So the arguments that he was presenting, my argument, I mean, it was a flimsy one, but what I was saying to him is like, look, faith, call it what it is. It's faith. If you believe it, that's cool. But don't waste all your time worshiping something. You've got precious time in the world. There's so much other stuff out there to investigate. And that's why I think you should stop worshiping, right? Do other stuff, look at other arguments and all of that. And we started off pretty well. And then I, something along the lines of like the evidence. I said that the evidence for the resurrection, I can concede that Jesus was a historical figure, whether he was or whether he wasn't. It's not that important. But the miraculous stuff, the resurrection, where's the evidence for the resurrection outside of the Bible? And that's when things started to fall apart because he was saying like the Bible is a collection of books. It's a library of different writers that are sort of corroborating their stories to say that the resurrection happened, and there
Hmm.
are eyewitness accounts that have been transcribed by these people, Paul, and the Matthew, Luke, Mark, Luke. I don't know. You know who they are,
Hmm.
right? The
Hmm.
guys who wrote about the resurrection and the accounts and everything else, and that is enough burden of proof. And he sort of wrapped me up or tied me in knots by saying, okay, so the what what would the evidence for a supernatural event like the resurrection look like if it had happened 2000 years ago? What would suffice for you? And I was like, well, you would expect there to be like something outside of the Bible, outside of the Christians, there would be like evidence, like the Romans would have said, geez, there was this crazy thing that happened. We're hearing about a resurrection. Um, that we don't believe it, but we heard about the resurrection. All you hear about from secondary sources is that there were Christians who believed that there was that, this person who they're now following, and they died for their beliefs and all of that. And then I just got wrapped up and lost it. So I was wondering, what is your take on the evidence for the resurrection, and how do you dismantle those arguments?
So my argument is pretty simple. One is we don't have good evidence for the resurrection because the evidence that we do have matches all the other resurrections. If you compare it to Aristeas or Apollonius of Tyana or Nero, Zalmoxis, we've got dozens and dozens of resurrection accounts in the ancient world, and nobody believes that they're real. Alcestis resurrected. There's a bunch of people that were believed to have been resurrected, and there's lots of good ones. Like what the hell's her name?
There
Philinian.
was an Indian one, wasn't there, as well?
There's quite a
I mean,
few.
India. Yeah, it's
So
like a common story, right?
the ancient world is full of resurrection accounts, and even eyewitness resurrection accounts. So even if
Mm,
we have supposed eyewitness resurrection accounts, who gives a fuck? We got a bunch of them. They're not even special. The other thing is,
mm,
if Jesus resurrected, it's also meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean he's a Messiah. Deuteronomy 13 literally says that God will send false prophets who will do basically signs and wonders to lead his people astray. That sounds a lot like fucking Jesus. He says, make sure you follow the law. Make sure you don't worship any other God. Jesus is another God. And the Christian gospel says that you don't have to follow the law anymore. Deuteronomy 13 tells you that if a person does that, they're a false prophet. They should die. That's why he got killed. So
mm.
Jesus was a false prophet. His resurrection is meaningless, even if it happened. But there's no reason to believe that it did happen. In fact, the Bible prepares you for what probably did happen, which is that there was probably a fucking imposter. Mark 13 and the other Olivet discourses basically prompt you to already expect imposters are going to come. In fact, that's why he says, many will come in my name. I'll grab it for you real quick. In chapter 13, verse 6, many will come in my name and say, I am he, and they will lead many astray. It's almost like Mark, whoever wrote Mark is already aware that people are pretending to be the resurrected Jesus, just like there were pretenders to be the resurrected Nero. 6 of them got arrested, in fact. One of them was so effective that he nearly got the Parthians to go to war with the Romans, thinking that they were going to reinstate Nero on the throne after he resurrected from the dead. Resurrection accounts are abundant. Imposters of resurrected people are abundant. What's more likely? That there was an imposter, said they were the resurrected Jesus, and then fucked off, or a dude literally rose from the dead, claimed to be the Jewish Messiah, having not fulfilled a single messianic prophecy, and then lied about his second coming. Well, the more obvious thing is that somebody was being a Jesus imposter.
Yeah, God, man, I wish I had the ability to be able to do that. I suppose it's stupid. I mean, you and John are people who do this not for a living, but you do it seriously. Like I would say you're professionals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some like sort of amateur philosopher comes along and, and tries to spout out arguments they've heard on YouTube that they can barely recall, and maybe the odd bit of book. You're just gearing up for a slaughter. And what you really want to see, what I really enjoy, is seeing. I mean, it's great what you do, not knocking it. It's great, and sometimes there's some really good interactions. However, what's the real meaty stuff for me is when 2 people debate and two professionals have a go, and in a cordial way. But I think that's we miss that, those great debates with, like, I mean, Hitchens was my favorite. Who do you reckon is like who's
I
one of
honestly
your
don't
favorites,
know.
let's say?
I came to atheism on my own. I used to love watching Matt
Okay.
Dillahunty debate. I
Yeah.
still like watching Matt. Fuck, I worked with Matt now. But
Okay.
other than Matt, I didn't watch a ton of debates. I went to school and I learned the scholarship, and that was all I needed to get out of this religion. But in terms of debates, they're fun. I love them, but I'm not sure I ever had a favorite. But Nevertheless, speaking of
Okay.
debates, though, a minute, I got to get Ion Petrus in here. I promised to get in before the end of the stream
Okay.
and debate. But hope
No, fair enough.
hope that
Fair
works
enough.
for you. I've got a lot of these arguments detailed on my deconstruction cheat sheet. Everyone who's a member of my YouTube channels should have a perks tab on their YouTube that gets you a link to the cheat sheet. I have a bunch of resources on there about the resurrection that might be helpful for you.
Thanks, man. I would appreciate that. And just before I go, would you be prepared to one day try and have a debate
Oh, sure.
with
Yeah,
John
yeah.
Steele? I'd get the popcorn out. I would enjoy it very much. You know,
Oh, for
I
sure.
don't know. I don't know how you would set it up, but he's got a call in often at the same time you do, so you could just call him. He doesn't have a long. His queue's generally not as long as yours, so you'd probably get in
Well,
pretty quick. You know.
if John and I debate, probably be on like a stage somewhere.
Oh, you wouldn't just do like this. It would be a more formal sort of setup thing.
No, if I'm going to debate like a real apologist, I want to do it on like a neutral big stage so that we can make the most of it. There's no point in just having a one-on-one over TikTok or YouTube.
Well, excuse the language, but I pray that happens. Thanks
All
very
right.
much for your time. Yeah. All
Cheers,
the best, man. Bye-bye.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Big John. I haven't seen much of them to know if I like him or not, but I've never seen him do anything super crazy just yet. All right, well, we got Ion Petrus in. Welcome in, Ion. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am, and I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm an Orthodox Christian, an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Sure. And what do you think is a good argument for the Christian God?
Oh, a good argument for the Christian God. Well, I don't know. I think ultimately, if you try to justify why doing anything, you end up ultimately into like you stumble into metaphysics. So like, why wake up in the morning? Like, why putting on clothes? Why cooking food? Like, if you like are getting pressed on these questions, like, you know, on and on and on and on, like ultimately you stumble into metaphysics. Like there's no other way. Like
is this an argument for God or no?
Well, that's an argument for the transcendent, I think. Like
The what?
I believe in God because of what it affords. Like I don't have a better argument for God. Yeah, like it
I'd
just
like to believe in
affords you
God,
the world.
given that it's true. If it's not true, I don't really care.
Well, you have here in your prompt, your God is imaginary. So like, is truth imaginary?
Truth doesn't exist.
Well, you just said like you would like to believe in God if it was truth. Like if the truth doesn't exist, so like what does it matter?
If it's true that God exists, I would like to know that God exists. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but like you said that truth doesn't exist.
Yeah, truth doesn't exist. Truth is a process we engage in to evaluate propositions. So if a proposition matches reality, we call that proposition true. But there's no such thing as truth. There's no transcendental truthiness out in the universe.
Okay, but like by this definition, like your family doesn't exist. Like your like the blueprint by which your house is built doesn't exist, and like the way in which like the engine in your car that gets you places that doesn't exist.
Does this yellow box knife exist?
Yes, it does.
How do you know that?
I can see it.
Oh, you made an evaluation. Cool. That's what truth is. Yeah. Truth is when you make an evaluation and that evaluation matches the proposition, reality. That's it. Truth is not transcendental. Truth is an evaluative property or evaluative process of a proposition. That's it.
Yeah, okay. I don't know much about that. But what about like the way in which like the materials in your house is arranged? Is that like does that exist?
The materials in my house? I would hope so. I have a house.
No. Like the way in which like the blueprint of your house does that exist?
The blueprint's been gone for like 100 years.
No, I mean like not the scribbles on the paper. I mean like the like idea.
I'm not a Platonist. I'm not a Platonist.
Yeah, okay, but what is your account for how your house like holds together in the way that it does?
Wood, nails.
Just randomly, like if I just put like wooden nails together, is that a house or?
No, it would be wooden nails.
Okay. Yeah, okay, but like it so
Do you not know what houses are made of?
wooden nails have to be arranged in a certain way.
They would be arranged in the way that we construct the idea of a house. We would say, listen,
Yeah.
I want a house that looks like this. And so we construct
Yeah.
something that looks like that, and we get to call it a house.
Yeah, okay.
But you know what? In about 1,000 years, houses won't look anything like this. A house is a description of something we decide what it looks like.
Yeah, so that thing that you decide what it looks like, is that real? Like, is that imaginary?
Yeah. When we describe an abstract concept, the concept itself is imaginary. It's in your head. It's a part of a brain process. It doesn't exist outside your head. There's no platonic form that it's adhering to.
All right, but it nonetheless yields your house.
No.
Okay, so like you can have a house without the idea of the house.
You can have a house with the idea of a house and actually working towards building a house. You can also you can actually build a house without even knowing you're building a house. That happens all the time.
Yeah, sure. But like it's that house that you built still would have a certain kind of way it's arranged, like a certain form, if you will.
Yep, based on our desire, yeah.
Yeah, sure. But like, if that idea is imaginary, but it nonetheless yields for you like the world that you live in, like for me, that's good enough. Like
that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything to me.
That's kind of well, it's fine. It means a lot to me. Like it means.
So the tooth fairy is imaginary, and it yields children, trying to put their teeth under their pillow. So does it mean the tooth fairy is real?
Well, it yields something, yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, tooth fairy is
fuck.
real, for sure.
W Tooth Fairy, we did it! We finally got him.
Yes, tooth fairy is real.
Okay. All right. Well.
So, like, I don't know. Do you have to like? Do you have any more questions? Do you want to move on from this, or?
I have one question.
Like, yeah.
Is it always wrong to sexually assault a woman?
Yes, I'd say, yeah.
Always, in every case.
I'd say, yeah, it's wrong to sexually assault a woman. Yes, for sure.
Every single time?
Yes.
What if you don't sexually assault her? What if you just cause it to happen? What if like you pay someone to do it?
That still would be wrong, in my opinion, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. What if God does it?
Well, it gets complicated because for me, God is the reason for morality. He's like the source of morality. So, what does it mean, like right or wrong for God to do something when like He is the standard for morality? Like I don't even know what to answer.
Are morals relative?
Morals are grounded in God, for me, at least.
What does that mean? Because you said it's always wrong to sexually assault a woman, and then I said, well, what if God does it? And now you're saying it's not always wrong. It's actually okay if God does it.
Yes. I am saying that.
So what's wrong about sexually assaulting a woman then?
What's wrong for me to do it?
No, but what is intrinsically wrong about sexually assaulting a woman?
Trumps her will, traumatizes her, like along those lines. Like I don't know, I can give you like more reasons, but like, I think you get the idea.
Okay, so it's wrong to traumatize somebody and to take away their will?
For me, yeah, that'd be wrong, yeah.
And this is an intrinsic wrongness or just a wrongness for you?
It's wrong for me, for sure. Yeah, like I would say, like I wouldn't say that it's wrong for God to do anything.
I'm saying intrinsically. Is it intrinsically wrong, or is it just wrong if you do it because God told you not to?
Well, if you're asking me if it's wrong for God to do it, then like I can't tell you that it's wrong for God to do anything because God is my standard for what's wrong or right and wrong. I don't know what's right and wrong without God.
Okay, so if God said it's always right to sexually assault women, it would just be right to sexually assault women?
I would not believe in such a God. Well, for people who would believe in that God, I think that would be right. Yes.
Yeah, so if you do believe in that that God, then yeah, you would believe that it's always good to sexually assault women, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You put your faith in the God that says that. Like, yeah, for you, it's kind of like the law, isn't it? The the word of your God, for sure.
So what that means is, like you said, if that God, or if a God said that, or whatever, a holy book said that, you said you wouldn't believe in that God, right?
Yes, like I would not. I would not believe in such a God. No.
You got it. And that's why I don't believe in the biblical God, because the biblical God sexually assaults women. The biblical God allows you to sexually assault women. The biblical God allows you to sell your daughter to be sexually assaulted.
Well, if you say so. I don't know. Like,
Want me to
God
show you?
God didn't tell that to me, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
But it's in the Bible. Want me to show you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do a couple different passages here. So we're going to start in Zechariah 14. This is a punishment that God is bringing upon Jerusalem. He says, I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half of the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not, or shall be cut off from the city. Hold on, I got a flag on TikTok as per usual for apparently hate speech. Okay.
Oh.
Well, fuck
What
you,
did they
TikTok.
say?
That's why no one likes you. Don't worry about it. Zechariah 14 says that God's going to gather the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and he's going to have the city taken, the houses plundered, and the women raped.
Yeah. And what is your question?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how it's okay for God to have women raped, because you said if there's a God that does that, you wouldn't believe in it.
Well, it's kind of like a consequence of the action of people of Israel. So like, it's like say that you jump from like a 12-story building, right? And like you get smashed into the ground. That's the consequence of your actions. But like God still did it because like God put the way the world works.
Rape is a consequence or a punishment? I think you're confusing two words.
Well, if you degrade your state gets weakened, and your state gets overtaken by people that have no morals, and then like your women will get raped. Yes.
But that's not what happened here. God is saying, I'm bringing the nations against Israel. It's something God is doing.
Yeah, because God established the way the world works. Yes.
Okay. So is God bringing that nation there or no?
Yes.
So that's something God's doing. God's causing the women to be raped.
Yes.
Okay, which is what I said. I don't believe in a God that thinks that it's okay to punish people by having women raped.
Well, if you don't agree with that, like I don't know what to say. People have free will. Like God didn't make any people in the other nations rape women, but like He said, this is what's gonna happen.
But he didn't say that's
he
what.
He
didn't say
not
that's what's happening.
Will.
No, he says,
Well,
I am gathering all the nations. I'm doing it. I'm gathering the nations, and they're going to come and rape you.
Yes. Like this is a descriptive way of saying that God like rules the world. Like I don't know how to else put it. Yeah.
Is God gathering the nations or no?
Yes.
Okay. Is God causing this war to happen?
Yes.
The outcome of the war is that women are going to be raped, right?
Yes.
So God caused the rape of women.
Well, when you say God gathered all the nations, like he like descended down like with a huge arm and like grabbed all the nations and put them together, like what do you mean like by God gathers all the nations?
Exactly what he says. He gathered the nations by motivating the leaders, changing their hearts. In fact, Joshua 11 says that God hardened the hearts of the Canaanites so that they would come out to war against Israel so that he could utterly annihilate them. So God can
Oh,
literally
well,
just motivate people through mind and heart to
yes.
go to war.
Yes. Like this is exactly the way it happened. Yeah. Like
Okay, so God motivated the nations to go and make war and rape women.
Yes.
Okay,
Like,
so God
he
caused the rape of the
did not,
women.
he did not force nobody to rape nor kill.
Would he have done it, or would they have done it if he didn't do it? If he didn't cause the armies to go do that thing?
People have free will. Humans have free will.
But
like,
would they have gone and went against Jerusalem and raped all those women if God wasn't causing it to happen?
Would they have gone? They didn't have to. They didn't have to. That's for sure.
I said, would they? Would they have done it?
They would they? I don't know. Like I don't know how to answer to that question. Like they didn't have to. Like that was not like a set in stone rule. Like people are not robots in the Bible. Like
can God be wrong about what he knows? When God says something will happen, can he be wrong about that?
No.
Okay, so when he says I'm going to do it, this means he's going to do it. There is no choice.
Like he knows what's going to happen. Yeah.
Right, because he can't be wrong about what he knows because he's all knowing. So if he says, I will gather the nations, they will rape the women, that means God is causing it. They don't have the choice to not do it.
They do have the choice. Like knowing something and determining something are not the same thing.
But he says he's causing it. He says, I will gather the nations, and this is what they're going to do.
Yes.
So he is causing it.
Yes.
So he's the cause of the rape.
He's cause of the rape, if you will. Like, okay, that's
right.
Okay.
Which is why, again, I don't believe that there's a God, a real God that exists that would purposely punish people by having their women raped. And he doesn't.
I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, if you jump off of a 12-story building, like the gravity gonna push you down and it's gonna kill you. Like this is like you could say that God killed you. You could say that God killed you in that instance.
Is gravity an operation of the universe? Is that just how the universe works with gravity?
Yes, absolutely.
Is rape one of those things?
I would say so. It's
this is the fundamental law of rape.
No, it's not. It doesn't work like that. But like,
is there an equation?
Well, people falling in love, is that an equation?
This is like R delta times gourd.
Is people falling in love an R delta times whatever? Is people hating each other like R delta or 2 + 2 or like is like people making friendships and R delta? I don't know. Or is that a pattern in the world, a real pattern in the world that exists? Like falling in love, making friendships, people going to war.
Is gravity a consequence that you can break? Can you not fall when you jump off a building?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, gravity's gonna be there, right? Yeah. Can you not rape a person?
Yes, you cannot. You can not rape a person. Yes.
So they're not the same, are they?
Yeah, they're not exactly the same for sure.
So what's the consequence? Where can I tie the preceding event to the consequence of being raped? Where can I find that?
I have no idea. I don't know. Like I don't know if it's if it's like billiard ball A strikes billiard ball B, like I don't think it works that way. No, but
Okay,
I still think it's a real pattern in the world that like people when they feel that they can take something, they take something.
Sure, but did God cause this or not? Because God says I'm causing it. Because if this is just a pattern, if there's just like a fundamental law of rape in the universe, like if you do the wrong thing, sorry, you're going to get raped. Well, that means God didn't do any of this. He's just lying about it now.
Not really, because God established the world. Like I don't know how else. Like fundamentally, everything that happens is what God did.
So God had these women raped.
In the same way in which like God put water in your cup of tea. Like I don't know. Like yeah, like, if you want to put it that way. Yeah.
If you had a button you could press that would stop all rapes, would you press it?
I would not.
I'm sorry. You would not.
I would not. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because I don't know all things. I don't know what would be the consequences of what my actions are. Like at this scale, I don't have a perception of what's gonna happen at this scale. Like I don't know what will be the consequence of my action, and it's like a very big action to take.
Somebody was raping you. Would you press a button to stop it?
Press the button to stop my rape?
Yeah.
Yes, I would, yeah.
Why?
Because I don't want to be raped, yeah.
Okay, so you would stop your rape, but nobody else's.
I would stop somebody else's raping if I saw it, like with my eyes. I would press the button to stop the rape, yeah.
What if you saw 100
I don't know
of
what
them?
will be. Yes.
You'd stop 100.
Like,
what about 1,000?
Like, in what, like, how am I seeing 1,000 rapes?
I don't know, you're God.
I don't know, just, I'm God.
You got Superman vision. You can see all the rapes. How many are going to stop?
Like, but I don't though. Like, this is, like, I cannot imagine what's it like to have, like, Superman vision, X-ray vision, because I don't. Like, I cannot get into the mind of a person who has that. Can you?
Is a analogy, or it's a hypothetical. You also don't have a button to end rapes, so that's how analogies work. So
sure.
just be
Sure,
clear
like,
here. You would press
like,
a button to make sure you don't get raped, but you wouldn't press a button to make sure everybody else doesn't get raped.
Yeah, because I don't know what will be like the consequence. Like it's a like a very very big change.
Does God need to have people raped? Is that like a necessary requirement to accomplish His will?
I have no idea. I'm not God. I'm not omniscient. I don't know if you.
What do you think is the negative effect of ending all rapes?
I have no idea. This is what I'm telling you. Like, I have no idea.
Then why not press it?
Because I don't know if there is any, like, what will be the consequences and, like, how is it going to work? And,
what
like,
possible consequence would offset the prevention of rape?
I have no idea. And this is exactly why I don't think I should, like, meddle with this kind of changes. Yeah. I don't think I have like enough wisdom to enact in world like this sort of like massive changes.
But why would you do it for yourself?
Yeah.
If you don't know the outcomes, you don't know the consequences of the action, why would you do it for yourself?
Because
maybe something better. Maybe something better was supposed to come of it. Why would you stop it?
Well, I'm gonna take the chances with my life for sure.
Oh, so if you're the one getting raped, then you can take those chances. Who cares what happens after that? I just don't want to get raped.
Yes, because like it's just one person dependent on it, and it's me, the person who's dependent on it, and like I'm I'm liable for the consequences of my actions in any case. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you thought through this before? Or are you just like trying
Sorry?
to answer so you don't get flat-footed? This is not a good look, my man.
Okay, might be. I don't know. Like I've never done that before, but
Ion, I can tell you're not an asshat. Like I've seen very angry people up here acting like asshats. It looks like you're just fumbling, like you're just trying to
might be
say
that
something and you're saying the worst thing possible.
it's if you perceive it that way, yeah. Like we can have an
Okay.
argument about that. Like I'm not saying that I'm like absolutely really correct on this issue, and like maybe somebody would like give me an argument and like persuade me that
Is God all powerful?
but like yes.
Could he prevent the negative consequences from stopping all the rapes?
Yes.
So then is there a need for him to keep the rapes going?
Well, he also gave people free will.
He prevents people from exercising their free will all the time.
What do you mean?
He prevents people from exercising their free will all the time. He murders people.
What?
He changes their hearts. It says he hardens the hearts of people. He gives Saul a new spirit twice.
Yes.
So
Like
he stops Abimelech from sinning.
It's not stopping a free will. It's like given a kind of like a motivation.
So why didn't he just change people's motivations not to rape?
Well, people don't have to listen to those. People still have free will.
But then he didn't change the motivations, did he?
People does that all the like God does that to people all the time. Like he motivates
he changes
people to.
You got it. He changes their motivation. So why not change their motivation to not rape?
Well, he does that for sure.
Then why wouldn't he do it for this?
He might do that. Like I believe he does that all the time right now.
He's doing it right now?
Yeah, he motivates people like not to rape for sure.
He's keeping people from being raped right now, but then why are people being raped?
He motivates people like not to rape.
Yeah, but then why are people getting raped?
Well, because people have free will.
But then he's not motivating them to not rape.
Like he's not forcing them not to rape. He's
Then
not
he's
like
not motivating them.
determining them not to rape, huh?
He's not motivating them. If you change their motivations, they won't be motivated to rape.
He's not like he gives them like a I don't know, an incentive, a hint, a whatever you can call it. Like he's not determining them not.
That's not a motivation. Then in the United States, there are almost 500,000 people aged 12 and older who are sexually assaulted and raped every year. Is there a reason why God wouldn't want to prevent those children from getting raped?
Like I said, free will.
But God doesn't care about free will. He violates people's free will all the time in the Bible. Why is free will important?
Well, free will is important for you to make choices.
Why? Why does God violate people's free will in the Bible then?
Where does God violate free will of the people in the Bible?
I told you a bunch of times. He violates Abimelech's free will in Genesis chapter 20.
Like he made him do something. He forced him to do something. He
prevented it. He prevented it from happening. So Abimelech captures Sarah and wants to make her part of the harem. God appears to Abimelech and he says, "It was I who kept you from sinning against me." God prevented Abimelech from sinning against him.
Yep.
That's a violation of free will.
No, he did not like force him not to do it.
How do you know that?
I do believe that.
Well, how did he prevent him?
I have no idea. I'm not I don't know how God motivates people to do things or not to do things.
How can you prevent somebody from doing something they want without violating their free will?
You give them a thought, a hint. I don't know.
Would be a violation of free will. That's changing somebody's mind.
Like it's not ingraining into somebody's mind a thought like that you don't have to do this. It's a I don't know. It's like not setting a thought and nails in somebody's mind that they don't have to do this, but like it's a thought that like maybe
So when
it's
God
not
prevented
good for them to
Abimelech
do
from
that.
sinning, he didn't know if it was going to work.
I have no idea how to answer to that question, really.
Did God know whatever he was going to do would prevent Abimelech from sinning?
I have no idea how to answer to that question. Like I don't know the mind of God.
The answer is yes. Before he did whatever he did to Abimelech, he knew that it would stop him from doing the sin. Which means he intervened. Abimelech wanted to do something. God intervened and made sure he didn't do it. He does it again in Numbers chapter 20 and 21 with Balaam and the donkey. He literally sends the angel of the Lord down to prevent, I said Abimelech, I mean Balaam, to prevent Balaam from uttering a curse against Israel. Like physically prevents him from doing it.
Like how physically prevents? Like does it say physically in the text?
Yeah.
Like how, can you pull up the text?
If you never read the story of Balaam?
Yeah, like I don't remember the exact words. Like do you remember the whole Bible?
A lot of it, yeah. That's why I told you what chapter it's in. So in the story, Balak is trying to pay Balaam to come and curse the children of Israel. Balaam saddles up his donkey and says, hey, let's go. The angel of the Lord, sent by God, comes down and said, nope, the fuck you're not, and blocks him from going where he wants to go. And then he says, you were going to curse the children of Israel. You're actually going to bless the children of Israel.
The stories in the Bible are not forensic descriptions of events.
Did they happen?
Yes.
So Balaam was prevented from uttering a curse, yeah?
He was, yes. I don't know by which means. I don't know like how the neurons moved in his brain. I don't have an account in the Bible of like how the neurons moved in his brain, like shot electrical fire in his brain to like do what. I don't know the mechanical causality of how that happened. I just know what the text tells me.
It wasn't mechanical, it was physical force. Numbers chapter 22, the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his drawn sword in hand. Angel of the Lord showed up with a fucking sword in hand and said, no, you're not.
Okay, so like when it says the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, like does it mean that like somebody came up from heaven and like lift up his?
We're not there yet. We're on verse 31.
Like yeah.
What's verse 31
then
say?
the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam. So like when
verse
he
31
opened his eyes, like
says he did what?
Open the eyes of Balaam.
To do what?
Like we're not there. Like when he says he opened the eyes of Balaam, like did he like send down from somebody from heaven like to lift the cover of his eyes like physically?
It's irrelevant. We're talking about the next clause. He saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword in his hand. The angel of the Lord shows up with a sword to prevent him from going on his journey.
If you remember, we're talking about the way in which God does things and the way in which the stories in the Bible are described.
And I told you that this was a physical prevention. He physically, with a sword, said, no, you're not going.
So somebody came from heaven and literally pulled up the cover of the Balaam's eyes. So like,
I'm not talking about his eyes. I'm talking about the fucking guy with a sword, man.
But that's a thing that happened.
It doesn't matter. That's not relevant to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the guy with the sword.
Well, you're saying that he physically did something. So like,
yeah,
you take
physically with a sword.
If you take that thing to mean physically, then like the eyelid thing is also physical, isn't it?
I don't care if it is. I'm not talking about the eyes.
Well, we're talking about the way things are described in the Bible, don't we?
I'm talking specifically about a very singular event. That event is the angel of the Lord with a sword preventing Balaam from continuing.
We're talking about the way the actions are described in the Bible. The events are described in the Bible.
Yeah, and I'm giving you the event. The event is the angel of the Lord showing up with a sword to stop the donkey from moving.
And I'm giving you an event with the Lord open the eyes of Balaam. Is that also physical?
I don't care, and I don't know. It's not relevant to what I'm talking about.
Okay, so can I answer in the same way? I don't care. I don't know if the angel of the Lord physically stopped.
Because you need to actually stay on topic. The reason why I don't care is because it's not on topic. I care about the topic, which is the fucking guy with the sword.
Well, before, like, we're talking about the way the events are described in the Bible, and if it's like necessarily
I gave you the description. The description is a guy with a sword. Do you think that's confusing?
I'm telling you that, like, the way the stories are described in the Bible, it's done for a reason,
I'm
for
sure.
a purpose, and I don't have any kind of like means to like arrive at the story, but what is written in the text. I don't know how that
did
happened.
Did the angel of the Lord show up with a sword, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. If somebody puts a sword to you and says, you're not doing that, you're doing this, is that a violation of free will?
No, really. You can still choose to
not
to
really.
Die.
Do you think threatening somebody with a sword is not a violation of free will?
Can you still choose to die? Can you still choose death over?
That's not free will.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Do you want the definition of free will?
Not having free will is like not being able to make choices.
No. Free will means that you can make choices without coercion or an outside force demanding that you choose a particular way. It means you actually are free to choose as you please. This man is not free to choose as he pleases. He's being threatened by a guy with a sword.
Yes, like that's the free will in your definition. For me, free will, that's the absence of free will is just determination. Like you have no choice but to do what you were always meant to do.
So then you don't think if somebody came and put a sword to you.
Okay, so like when somebody
you don't think someone's you, like, impeding your free will?
When you're angry
because
and you want to hit somebody.
The definition in the dictionary just says free will is the capacity of individuals to make independent choices and control their actions without being completely constrained by fate, physical determinism, or divine intervention. This is divine intervention. That means it's not free will.
By that definition, of course. Or like, if you are angry
that's the dictionary. I didn't invent a new.
I know it's a dictionary.
That's what the dictionary says.
Dictionary definitions are written by people.
Well, then find me a different dictionary then.
Like we're arguing about definitions.
Yeah, because you're using free will wrong.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, you're using free will wrong. But
the dictionary agrees with me. Show me your dictionary that says you're right.
I don't have a dictionary like.
Then how the fuck do you think I'm wrong?
Now. Because that's not how I view free will.
So just because you view it a particular way means everybody, including the dictionary, is wrong.
No, like you don't believe in universals anyhow. So like I don't know what that matters. But like let me ask you this.
It's not a universal. It's the meaning of a word in a language.
Let me ask you this though. Like if you're angry and like want to hit somebody,
so he's not
somebody
gonna...
talks to you.
Okay.
Like and somebody talks to you, right? And like he persuades you not to hit somebody. Did he trump your free will?
That'd be outside coercion, so that wouldn't be free will. You're confusing free will with free choice. Well, actually, not even free choice. It's just choice. The word free is doing the heavy lifting for you. Free means that there's nothing that is going to determine that for you other than your own rational thinking faculties. You can have the power of choice. You don't have the free will. If God is holding a sword to you, you don't have free will. Also, God absolutely does change people's minds and hearts to cause them to do things that he wants them to. I already told you, Judges 11, or Joshua 11, he says he changes the hearts of the Canaanites to make them go to war.
If you determine free will that way, then yeah, like God absolutely trumps the free will. Like I'm talking about free will in more of like a deterministic way.
Why? You don't have that either. If God created all things, he knew what was going to happen before he created them, and he didn't tweak that recipe, well, it just means that everything's determined based on what God wanted.
Well, knowing how things are going to go and determining them is not the same thing.
Yeah, it is, because God created it. If you know how something's going to happen before you create it, you're responsible for it. You knew it was going to happen. You did it that way anyways. He could have done it any other way. He had a trillion, in infinite ways he could have done it. He specifically chose to do it a particular way, knowing every single outcome when he chose it.
Well, okay, and so what?
So that means it's determined.
How does that? Like, why is it determined?
Because he chose it for you. Which is what the Bible says. Romans chapter 8 and Romans chapter 9 says that God physically made people the way he wanted them to be made, some to be vessels of honor and some to be vessels of wrath. God predestined people to heaven or hell.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't mean that. Sure does.
Well, the text says that, but the text is open to interpretation.
Words don't mean words, I know.
Well, there are a lot of things in the Bible, like Paul says, there's no man and woman, Jew or Greek in Christ Jesus. Like, what does that mean? Like, does the Bible mean that, like,
it means
literally there are no women and men?
It means they're all equally valuable in Christ.
Like, does the text say that they are equally valuable, or it's you reading, like, interpreting the text?
No, it's a standard idiom. We do it in English too.
Well, so you're interpreting the text, don't you?
No, I'm just saying it's an idiom. It's a language idiom. And if you study languages, you recognize some of the idioms. That's one of them.
But that's an interpretation, isn't it?
No.
You can interpret it literally, like in the most literal fashion that you...
If it's an idiom, you shouldn't. Idioms aren't meant to be taken literally.
How do you know it's an idiom?
Because you can just learn the language and the culture. Like if I learned English and I said, "Hey, is the sky's the limit?" You know the sky's not the limit. Come on, it's an idiom.
Well, somebody might believe that the sky is the limit, like physically.
It doesn't matter what they believe.
How do you know?
This is about how idioms function inside of a language and culture.
Yeah, I don't know, but like, how do you know what the person saying the word like means when he says them?
Because we have access to language and culture.
Yeah, sure, but like one person might say the sky is the limit, and he means like there's no limit. Yeah, and one person might say the sky is the limit, and he means that there's nothing beyond the sky.
There might be some context there. You know, the context will tell you.
Yes, exactly.
So the context of Paul saying that there's no Jew nor Greek nor male nor female is obviously not a literal saying, because it would be impossible. There actually are still Jews and Greeks. There are still women and men. This is obviously not him saying that these things don't exist anymore. It's an idiomatic usage saying in Christ Jesus, these categories don't exist.
Well, for the verse where Paul says that there are like predestined for damnation and predestined for salvation, there is also context, and the context is,
I know the context,
the whole Jewish Bible and the whole Talmud and like the whole Jewish tradition. Like,
yeah, I've read it. Have you?
I don't have access to that. Like, what I'm saying is that it requires interpretation anyhow.
I've read it though. In Romans 9, Paul says of God that he literally does predestine, like the actual literal words, and then he uses Pharaoh as his illustration.
Well,
in fact, he
predestined.
says,
well, predestined is a Greek word that means and that like the Greek word used means set apart in advance, like set in order in advance. I think
So which word is it?
I have no idea. Like you'll have to
You
open.
don't know what the Greek word is.
No, I don't know.
But you know what it means.
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
Well, I looked it up like some time ago. I don't remember the word, but I remember the translation and the usage of the Greek word. You can check it right now. Like I'm not stopping you from checking it right now. You can.
Yeah, we're going to do that right after you read this passage. Verse 16, it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I may show my power in you, and that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. Did God raise Pharaoh up for a purpose?
I don't know how to interpret that passage, and like I'm sure it has some kind of interpretation. Yeah.
Sure it does. Yeah. What's Paul saying?
I'm not a literalist. I don't like read. I consider that all the scripture like requires interpretation. I can't like I'm not.
You don't know what these
not
words
a
mean?
Bible scholar. I'm not a Bible scholar. Like I don't know the
But
context of.
But you were just telling me
the
what Greek words mean. You were saying that the Greek word means something, but you can't tell me what the English words mean.
well, behind the English words on your screen, there are Greek words.
Sure, yeah, but you don't know what they mean, or you do know what they mean.
Yeah, like well, there is something that gets lost in translation.
Like what?
Like, and I have no idea. Like,
well, then how do you know it doesn't? How do you know it doesn't mean what it says then?
Because I'm not a Bible scholar. Like, I don't.
But you said it doesn't mean what it says.
I have no idea what it means. Like, I would ask somebody who knows. Like, I have no idea how to interpret it.
That's interesting. I do. Also, parizo in Greek doesn't mean what you said. It just means that you set a boundary or a limit in advance. You determined what the bounds are going to be.
It's pro arizo, I think.
Yeah, that's what it said.
It's pro arizo.
Yeah. You're right. There's two of them in there. I slurred them into one. You got me. The reality is, though, the definition of the word means, according to the Thayer's Greek lexicon of the Greek New Testament, to set in advance the limits of something, or to predetermine.
Yes, exactly.
That's not predetermined.
It doesn't mean to predetermine. Like,
does. If you set limits on something, you're determining what it can and cannot do. That's predetermination.
It's more like setting the order of things in advance, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's called predetermination.
Say like my parents met a certain years ago and like conceived me. Like I did not like these things are set in order in advance for me to be born.
Like predestined.
It's not predestined. Like my parents could have chosen to meet some other people, and maybe like I wouldn't ever been born.
Then it wasn't what this word means. This word means that they were set in advance. The limits were. And if you change the limits in advance for something, that means you're determining what it can and cannot do. It doesn't mean that you've determined every single thing that will happen with those limits, but you have determined that those limits exist, and you've determined that there are things that it can and cannot do because you made those limits. If I determine that, hey, listen, I don't want my kid to have arms, and I cut my kid's arms off, I've predetermined that my kid's not going to be able to do things with arms.
Yes, like you made a choice though. Like you did.
Is that a violation of free will?
In a way, yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's what God does. God violates people's free will by predetermining them to go to heaven or to go to hell or to serve a particular purpose or to fulfill prophecy or to answer prayer or literally anything. He violates people's free will all the time in this book. Like there's hundreds of instances.
I do not believe that, but I'll be honest, I don't know how to deal with the text.
Well, I mean, you don't have to believe it. The text is the evidence. So
The text requires interpretation. Every text requires interpretation.
but you don't know what it means. You can't interpret it.
Who studies linguistics and studies the Bible and studies the culture of the Bible and studies the culture of Judaism, rabbitic Judaism, Pharisaic Judaism, like he can like know better what that means,
Oh, your
what
friend
that kind
can.
of idea means. Sorry?
Who did that? Who can do that?
Well, a scholar can.
Sure. And do you think that scholar's going to agree with me or you?
Well, depends on the scholar.
So
There
then
are plenty of scholars that agree
what
with
good
me.
is a scholar if the scholars don't agree?
Well, I don't know.
Seems like a scholar is kind of useless if they don't agree. Psalm 139, 16. David says, your eyes beheld my unformed substance. In your book were written all the days that were formed for me when none of them existed. God formed every day for David before a single day existed because God predestines people. That's what he does. Anyways, listen, this conversation's gone on too long. I'm 15 minutes late to read super chats and shut down my live stream. But thanks for coming in. Think about this conversation. You said some horrible shit. I'm not saying that because I think you're a terrible person. I'm saying it because I backed you into a corner and you didn't answer well. You need to rethink some of these answers, okay?
That is correct. I didn't answer well. I don't think I answered well, and I didn't know what to answer. Well, that's
okay.
fair. That's fair.
Go back and rewatch and think about it and see if you can come up with better answers, okay?
All right. Have a good evening.
All right, cheers. That's scary. But that's what happens, friends. If you're trying to defend something rather than determine what is true, you're going to say terrible stuff. Stop just defending something because that's what you believe. Because you say dumb things. It makes you sound stupid. Be interested in the truth. Be interested in, hey, let me think about this to see if I say something, what's the consequence of what I'm going to say? What does it mean for my thought process? What's it mean for my belief system? What's it mean for the people around me? Don't just say things to blindly defend something unless you're thinking through it. Okay, friends, I'm going to read some super chats. Thank you so much for being here. I know for people who don't know, my summer live streams are basically 4 hours a pop. I'm not doing like 6-7 hour live streams in the summer because my son's out of school and we're doing really fun stuff. That being said, I might be a little bit over, like 15 minutes over today, but I got some super chats still yet to read. So thank you so much for being here, friends. I'm going to read what's left of the super chats. I really appreciate everyone who likes and shares and supports the stream. It really does help the stream a lot. Gargoyle King says the Empire State Building exists, so King Kong gave for Justin. True. Listen, something in a movie or a book or a text, a religious book, it could exist. It doesn't mean that the things written about it exist. And that's where these people go really wrong. And Star says, what do you think of people who say that the Bible is true because it's the only book with fulfilled prophecies? Are there any other books of prophecy? There is. Okay. There's a lot of books of prophecies. This is one of them. If you have money, you can also get the 6-volume series called The Context of Scripture. This is kind of a precursor to that. Also, you'll find some in these. This is the Ancient Near East, Volume 1 and Volume 2, in Anthology and Texts and Pictures. A lot of these texts are actually going to show up in here. But what you'll find is from ancient Assyria, Mesopotamia, Babylon, and Egypt, you'll find a ton of prophecies. Some of them seemingly come true. So, for example, I need to add them to my cheat sheet. I've actually got a document in my Google Drive where I've written down a bunch of these. But there's a section in here of prophecies. A bunch of them actually seem to have come true. Now, that being said, the biblical prophecies are stupid. Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. The ones that were fulfilled in the Old Testament were like dumb geopolitical guesses that anyone could have guessed. Also, a lot of them don't come true. And also, we have no evidence they were written before the events. All of these prophecies were written in a language that didn't exist until after the events took place. We have no reason to believe that these were written prior to the events. So there's that. But like, guessing geopolitical outcomes to me is silly. Like if I said God is mad at like Eastern Europe, specifically Russia. So God's going to allow Ukraine not to get taken, and then he's going to punish Russia by having a coalition of nations defend Ukraine. Cool, easy geopolitical guess, and nobody is like taken aback by that guess. Will it come true? Probably. Who knows? Not a guarantee. But if I wrote that in a prophecy and then it came true, it doesn't mean that God gave it to me, right? Julie says, what is spiritual Israel in Christianity? Oh, it just means that the church is basically like a replacement for Israel. But in Pauline theology, they don't replace Israel. They get grafted into Israel. So basically the idea is, because Jesus says, and Paul says too, that the children of Abraham aren't just the people who are circumcised and come from the descendants of Abraham. They're the people that have their hearts circumcised. So this idea that God's people are not just physical descendants, they're also the people who accept Jesus Christ. That's generally the idea that he's getting at there. And Simeon Urchin, thank you for the spirit that says, fun fact, most of the brightest stars in the sky have Arab names. Muslims contributed to astronomy infinitely more than Christians historically. That's true. In fact, for a lot of Christian history, like it was outlawed to do astronomy. Like this was a real thing, like zodiac things, like trying to read the skies for signs. These were like considered forms of pagan divination. Like you couldn't just do that shit. And Autumn says, who was the woman in Isaiah 7, wife of King Ahaz? I don't think so. I think it was the wife of the prophet. I think, well, first of all, I got to remember, Isaiah is not necessarily always written chronologically. There's a bunch of chapters that don't seem to fit, like chapter 14, totally out of place. That being said, it seems to be that the child in the next chapter is a child born to the prophet. Excuse me. All of the prophets' children have prophetic names about what God is doing. And then at the end of chapter 8, God says that he gave these children as signs, right? So to the prophet. So it seems to me that it's probably the prophet's child. And the prophecy is about before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, you know, the king of Assyria is going to come and fuck everybody up. But the reality is, even if we don't know who the woman is or the child, none of it matters. It has nothing to do with hundreds of years later. It's a prophecy about somebody who's born during the king Ahaz's reign and is obviously already in utero. The child's already conceived. That's why she's referred to as a hara, which means a pregnant young woman. That's it. And Gus says, incest? Ew, God nasty. Yeah, Jesus knocked up his own mom, by the way. Just so we're clear. Joe White says, God committed spiritual adultery. Duh. Yes, that is true, actually. That's the case. And DD Main, thank you for donation, friend. And Game Guy, thank you for your super test. It's prompt idea that came to me while at work. Atheists love reading the Bible more than Christians. True. I did a similar to one. I actually did it recently. It was Christians hate God's word. I think that's a good angle on it. It's the same as yours, basically. I just think it's a little more punchy. It's a little more punchy. But it's a good suggestion, Game Guy. And Basil Spice, this caller seems to be talking about scrungles of quantum spirit points within the godology of reality, clearly. That's it. It's in the Vector Hilbert space of the squundrel quantum Ethereum is, I think, where he was getting at with that one. And Peyote, good to see you again, says Justin, why or how is the Black Hebrew Israelite, is it that the Black Hebrew Israelites could get the yoke? Oh, joke! Sorry. Why or how is it that the Black Hebrew Israelites could get the joke quote so wrong? Or Job quote? Peyote, my friend, I'm going to give a deep apology. I might not understand what you're saying. It could be really funny. It could be really, really interesting. My brain's not really computing it, though. And Luca says, I always found speech impediments like lisps or stuttering 53. Oh, sexy, for real. Well, shit, Luca, thanks for letting me know. And I got to be honest, I've never talked to anybody with like a lisp and thought, oh, that's terrible. Oh, I don't want to talk to this person. What a weird thing to be put off by. And Hunter Girl says, no love like Christian hate. That's true. In here, got to remember, not only do Christians not read the Bible, they also don't obey the commands, especially Jesus's commands or Paul's commands, except for that whole thing about not following the law. Game Guy says, I find your lisp endearing, to be honest. Well, fuck, Game Guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've actually had a number of people say that they've noticed it over time, but like it doesn't really, not a problem. It doesn't throw them off. And some people even say that they thought it was cute. So, you know, it is what it is. You have to take people for what they are. You know what I mean? You take the good with the bad. And if you like a person, you're going to love their eccentricities about them too. Carl Grimes says, another red-pilled sicko. True. That's the problem with a lot of these chatters, by the way. A lot of these people coming up are red-pilled. And that's one of the reasons why I do the live streams, actually. And Chris says, did a lisp brother Sylvester the cat's career? Oh, bother. Did a lisp bother Sylvester the cat's career? No. Not at all. In fact, he's famous, by the way. Fucking famous. People get paid to imitate that lisp. Tess says, Justin, you are perfect. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, Tess. I appreciate that. And is that a duck or what is that? A birdie? That's a cute bird. But I appreciate that. And, you know, I did work on my lisp when I was younger, obviously. Bugat says, wouldn't you have had the lisp as a Christian? True. I had the lisp even when I was a Christian. But, you know, they'll be like, well, you know, God knew, you know, that you're going to fall away. Well, that's weird. Okay. Seems like he caused it. Timothy. Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there, Timothy. Okay. That's a fucking crazy spelling of the name. I was trying to sound it out. I'm like, what the fuck name is this? It's Timothy. Okay. Caller had small penis syndrome. Oh, true. Read a couple of those, actually. Makes for fun conversation, at least. And Adam Toner says, my stuttering stopped when I turned atheist. Rock hard for Doug. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Because Doug made your tongue rock hard so you can talk better. And Miss Meg's great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. I know you've been busy, but when you get a chance, check for my email. Medusa is the content header. Thank you. In fact, I'll do it now. Thank you for the reminder. It's been a hell of a summer so far, friends. I have so many unread emails, and I deeply apologize for that. It's just one of those things. I do see it here, Meg. I got it pulled up. I'll make sure I get it read. I apologize for that, friends. It's just one of those things. I'm trying to work as much as I can, but also spending a lot of time with my son. I can't really do a ton of stuff when I'm with my son. You guys already know my son's my son's autistic, and so when you're with him, like, you got to make sure you're actually with him, you know, and make sure he's not going to hurt himself, you know, and the types of activities and games that he likes to play are very unique, you know, and so you have to, you know, play by their rules, but that means you're not usually checking emails and things like that while you're doing it. But we're having a great time, nevertheless, and I'll get to all the emails eventually. Thank you, Megs. And GSP says, keep up the great work, Justin, and I didn't hear any lisp. Love you, buddy. Looking forward to seeing you cook these fools tonight. Well, I appreciate that, and we did a little bit of cooking. It was a good time. I thought it was a good time. I don't know if the guests thought it was a good time. And Gus says, we were told my son would never walk or talk from brain injury at birth. I'm an atheist, and he has surpassed all assessment. That tends to happen, actually. I was told as a youngster I wasn't going to survive into my teenage years. I had a heart condition. Neither here nor there. I'm fine now. You know, it's great. I had a very normal life. Very healthy now. And, you know, sometimes, every once in a while you beat the odds. You know what I mean? Praise Marduk. The Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for the super chat. Did you hear about the Dalai Lama saying he saw Jesus on his toast? I did not. His exact words were, I can't believe it's not Buddha. Oh, fuck. Okay. I was wondering where this was going. I was like, the last thing I learned about the Dalai Lama is when he was like trying to suck little boys' tongues. Look that one up. It was something. But that's a good one. Also, friends, I need your help. I forgot COIH hashtag. Does anyone remember COIH? I forgot it. I need someone to throw it in the comments for me. Sakud, thank you for the super chat. This call really hit home with me and how my deconstruction was viewed by folks. Thank you for doing these. Keep up the hard work and pet the kittens. I will, Sakud. I will absolutely be petting the kittens. In fact, I don't even know if I have a choice in it. Faraday is going to jump on me and cuddle me whether I like it or not. Or he's going to like crawl on my neck while I'm sleeping and sleep on my neck. It's his favorite spot, just to crawl up on my neck and sleep. At least he's not like crawling on my face and suffocating me in the middle of the night. You know, I could breathe with him on my neck. He's not that big. And Game Guy says Jesus conquers all except nails and hammer. True. Dude was a shit carpenter. All right. The only time I've ever seen him with hammer or, hammer wooden nails is when he's getting hung up. I'm not inclined to believe he was a good carpenter. And now the robot, I swear, says starving children forgot about spiritual food. Of course. They just forgot the spiritual food. They could have had manna, at least spiritual manna. And they could have been spiritually filled, I got a monitor that keeps popping out. Damn, this is crazy. I went to read that super chat. But I've got these Dell 27-inch 4K monitors. I bought 27-inch because they're smaller. I can get more of them. And I've had fucking nothing but problem with these damn monitors. This middle one keeps popping on and off. This one over here, like half the time doesn't even turn on. Crazy. Don't buy the Dell 4K monitors. They're fucking trash. They're all terrible. I wish I hadn't. Sad Technic says blessed is boring and as dumb as rocks. Please drop. Yeah, that was the key. But I wrote down, it got funny, right? Came to preach and not answer questions. Kind of funny though. I think the beginning of it was kind of boring, but I think it got good, at least entertaining. Absurdist says yes or no. That's the thing. They're allergic to yes or no. Jesus said, "Let your yes be yes and your no be no," and they're like, "Fucking, I don't. Maybe let me talk about something else." Brian says, "I can imagine God differently, so he's contingent." True. You know what? I was gonna say that, Brian, and the problem is we got sidetracked. But I think the problem that you're gonna have there is typically when it comes to like this type of argument, like the contingency argument and imagining God, they're gonna like move to the ontological argument, which is, well, you can't imagine anything greater than the most maximal being. So once you get to that point, they're going to define God as maximal, and then they're going to do some ontological bullshit saying, well, because he's maximal, he's also necessary. It's a bunch of nonsense. Game Guy says, second prompt idea, the Bible is historical fiction. True. We could do that. That's kind of fun, actually. Let me write that down. I'm gonna write that. I got a list of topics I've been keeping. New topics. I want to write this one down. The Bible is historical fiction. We could also just shorten it and say the Bible is fiction too. I think that'd be a fun one. Kind of like God is fiction. Goodlock says Tyler is so unpleasant to listen to in every way. That's the case. He had the confidence of a youth that knew nothing. He's definitely at the peak of the Dunning-Kruger curve. And Josiah says 1 + 1 = 2. Checkmate, atheist. Former pastor. Gospel? Josiah, what the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. This is an incoherent text. 1 + 1 = 2 because we defined mathematics. We determined what 1 is. We determined what 2 is. And because we determined what, like how math works, we determined that 1 + 1 = 2. So maybe think harder. I don't know. That was really sad. Raptor, thank you for the €5 super. Thanks, I appreciate that. And Heathen Reason says, "Fuck, now I want banana bread." I gotta be honest, it's good, especially with some butter, maybe some Kerrygold butter, warmed up in the microwave. It's very homey, very good. It's like good cornbread almost, but slightly different, sweeter. Barb Livingston, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, "Love to DZ Live." That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Barb. Thanks for being here on YouTube and podcast to catch the stuff I miss. Please add more. I'm trying. I apologize. I haven't updated my podcast in a couple weeks because the summertime's kind of catching me by surprise. I'll get to it, though. Walking along the river, listening to meltdowns while cockatoos are screeching in the gum trees is amazing. Well, fuck, Barb. I appreciate that. My live streams are preserved on YouTube, at least. I'm working on making sure that they're all uploaded to the podcast. You can definitely check out the Deconstruction Zone podcast on Apple and all the other podcast places. Love to see you over there. If you can't catch it live, check it out on the podcast. Mike G says, Ion Petra is the cream of Christian and cop. It's true. It's true. Unfortunately, Ion didn't have a lot of Eastern Orthodox argumentation, so we couldn't get very far. Typically, the EO at least have some memorized arguments that you can work with. He didn't really have much, but I don't know. It just seemed like he was a normal guy trying to say something to save face, and it just didn't turn out well. Floppy Seizure says, "I like turtles." True, I like turtles. I think it's turtles all the way down. And Wool Light Mammoth, still an amazing screen name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Even if you grant free will, God could stop an action while preserving the will of the actor to keep wanting to do it. Free will is never a good argument for even a minimally powerful God. True. God could just change your desires. He could change your physical limits. He could make it so that to sexually assault somebody, you wouldn't be able to do it because you have to consensually exchange pheromones or some shit. Right? There's lots of things he could have done by just changing the parameters or the boundaries, and he chose not to do it. So he determined that he wanted sexual assaults to happen. And Meg says, why isn't the free will of the SA victim important? The free will argument is BS. True. God cares more about the free will of the person who's going to do the thing than the free will of the person who's going to have the thing done to them. Because he doesn't actually care about free will. If he did, he'd care about everyone's free will. And Roy, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. And Not a Robot, I swear, thank you for the additional super chat. Are these scholars in the room with us now? Unfortunately, they were not. Also, sorry, Tyler was the one who said that God said, oh my gosh, when people were wicked, not you. Oh, that is something I would say. I just assumed it was me. It probably was Tyler. Thank you for clarifying, Not a Robot. I appreciate that. And the Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for reiterating this hashtag. I apologize, I forgot it. Choking on Ian's hog. Gotta lock that into memory. It's a classic. We're gonna make this go. All right, friends. And Game Guy, thank you for the super chat, says if you just do Bible is fiction, Christians will run to the historical facts. Bible is historical fiction. Cuts the argument off at the beginning. True. You're right. Game Guy, you are right. You nailed it. You nailed it. That's true. That's true. Yep. Okay. Friends, I'm sorry I can't stream later. I would. I would love to do it, but I've got things to do. I'm going to go body slam my son on the couch about 500 times until I'm out of breath. And then maybe see if I can get him to eat something before bed, that type of thing. But thanks so much for being here. I'll be live again on Monday night from about the same time, 4 to 8, and then Wednesday, and then Friday, so on and so on throughout the month. Really appreciate all the people who support the stream. I really appreciate all the people who share and like the stream. Is there somebody, before we sign off, is there somebody live right now that we could that we can go raid? Give me a second to see, because it's not late, right? Usually I'm up at like 1 in the morning, so it's not late. Somebody's got to be live that we can go raid. Give me a second to find somebody. Shit, sometimes Ian is still live right now. That's how early it is. All right, let me see who's live on YouTube. It's Friday night. Let's see. Fuck, I'm live? I don't see anyone live on YouTube. Okay, well, Thinker's live, at least on TikTok. Okay. Friends, go raid Thinker's live. Tell her I sent you. Tell her I love her. Thinker's amazing. Send a bunch of TikTok gifts to her. She's awesome. But anyways, thanks for being here. I'll see you again soon. Have a great weekend. And if there's good weather, make sure and get out to enjoy it and touch a little bit of grass. Look at some trees. Just try not to get, converted to Christianity by looking at all those damn trees.